Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them Citizen Show. At the Bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho about Citizen TV Ghana. There be at them na Citizen Show. Let them more takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and area. A bear she.
The monies were missing.
So, Chairman, we are establishing that the minister did not demonstrate fidelity to the Constitution and fidelity to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. PIAC further observes, and Chairman, for your committee to take note, that the proceeds of lifting by Jubilee Oil should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, as the committee is convinced that the proceeds form part of Ghana's petroleum revenues. But Chairman, what is important again is that it states, and that's PIAC, contrary to Section 6E of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 815 of 2011, capital gains was not assessed and collected by the Ghana Revenue Authority in the sale of the 7% interest by Anadako in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2021. That's significant loss of revenue to the government if it was not done, if capital gains was not done. This written response to PIAC on the matter, the Ghana Revenue Authority referred the committee to the Ministry of Finance, and for that matter, the minister responsible for finance must answer this, indicating that the ministry was exclusively in charge of the transaction. The Ministry of Finance was exclusively in charge of the transaction. The Ministry of Finance in turn referred the committee to the Ghana Revenue Authority for answers. So you see, 7% capital gains tax. You are asked to walk around Ministry of Finance and Ghana Revenue Authority in order to be able to establish that.
Honorable Minority Leader, just for clarification, your earlier reference was to the 2020 PIAC report. Now you have referenced 2021.
And now even 2022.
Okay.
Semi-annual report.
One at a time. So the latest reference is to the 2021.
No, June semi-annual report on the management and use of petroleum revenues for January to June 2022.
Okay. So that is what you referred to earlier in the morning as the half-yearly report.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Just for that clarification. And I would want that to be tendered also and marked.
Yes. And then, Chairman.
I think on the list on number 12, there is PIAC report 2022. The honorable member had referred to that. Is there another PIAC report?
Yeah, he mentioned 3.
So PIAC report from 2020, for which number, or which years are we talking about?
No, on the list provided by the proponents, we have the PIAC reports for 2020, 2021, and the half-year report for 2022. That is what is before this committee. Honorable Minority Leader, is that not correct?
January to June, he said. Well, that's a different one. That's a different one.
Rightly so, Chair.
Very well, then you can proceed.
Yes. And Chairman, so I will lead further evidence. Again, if you observe statutory mandatory obligations of the Minister for Finance, payments into National Health Insurance Fund, the District Assembly Common Fund, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the Constitution is specific that when these monies are paid, you pay them into those funds. That is also in breach. and would lead evidence, because I want to relate that to Article 176. And the evidence I'll lead will be releases he has made to these funds, particularly for this year, is incredibly disappointing. How much should go into statutory fund, even though he has those receivable. Particularly what I emphasized earlier, that per the ruling in the Kodo matter on District Assembly Common Fund, total revenue was properly defined. And therefore, when you are doing the distribution, it should reflect it. Chairman, I intend now just to submit for your purpose, Office of the President letter, seed money for the National Cathedral of Ghana, just to tender in evidence.
Wait a minute. I keep saying that you're confusing us. What are we doing now? Are we doing the oil money, or we're doing cathedral, or we're doing which one? Yes, Harun, go on.
I've done that of the petroleum, the PIAC report. I finished with that. But I should have tendered some letter from the Office of the President in evidence on the cathedral. So I wanted your authority to tender it in. There was some payment of 25 it would be appreciated that the Minister of Finance could release an amount of $25 million as seed money to the National Cathedral. And then Chairman will tender in evidence, if you recall, the Hansard of 28 November 2018. Haruna Idrisu, no, that's not what I'm interested in. I'm sure the Honorable, our colleagues raised it to know the cost of running the Secretariat. This was raised. Is attributed to even you, Chairman, Dr. Ayeni. You go to the Hansard of 28 November 2018, you had brilliantly raised the issue, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I would want to raise a critical issue of accountability that arose in the course of the presentation of the budget statement. Then you go further, Honorable Ayeni. Mr. Speaker, another critical question is, what is the cost of running the Secretariat for the entire duration of the construction of the National Cathedral? That has neither been stated in the statement of the Honorable Minister for Finance before this House, nor in the budget statement. So how were this money spent if they didn't have parliamentary appropriation? And that's the constitutional breach we are pointing out. So this one is not on petroleum. I just wanted to tender this in evidence for the purpose of your committee. And if I have your indulgence.
No, that's fine. So what? You finish with the oil one? Yes. You finish with the cathedral?
When you ask someone, when you use words like "so what," that's not good.
Who said so what?
You.
So what? How do you
just
so
said
what?
that.
No.
You said so what?
About what? So what about what?
You said it.
I couldn't have, because it's of no.
You did. If after a submission you say so what?
No, I couldn't have, because it's of no.
And
it has no relationship, Arun.
And Chairman, when
what has no relationship?
When you use words like that, the public
aren't
is
you
following.
listening to me? Anybody here recall exactly what I meant if I said it?
So what?
So what? Relating to what?
I won't know.
But I don't remember saying that. No, but I couldn't have said that because he hasn't said it.
Honorable KT Hammond, yeah.
Chairman,
yeah.
Did you hear me saying so what?
Yes, I did. But
so what,
you said so what with respect to the point that he made.
No. So what are we coming back to?
Yes.
How could I say so what to you? What do you mean? I don't do that. You are making a lot of progress. So what? No, maybe I meant that we finish with this, and so what? Which one are we going to?
Right. Okay. So yes. Okay. So we'll look at the issue of admissibility of those documents, but you've concluded on item 3, which is the documents in violation of the Constitution and the statutes. Okay. Mr. Gabe Ochiridako, when he was on item 3, you had your hand up. Did you want to raise an objection?
Yes, I wanted to, and I still do. He stretched it from Jubilee oil holding company,
right,
onto some other spheres, and I think that's where we have
to some other one,
other spheres.
Okay,
including making mention of other statutory funds that have not been adhered to. And I think we really have to be careful, or else it becomes like a political platform rather than you having grounds and particular documents to support. But then he seems to be going outside of it all the time. And I think we really have to be.
Bear with me. I think what I understood him, by reference to other statutory whatever he said was that maybe because this money didn't go into that account, we wouldn't have the full complement of what was to be paid to that. Is that not the point you made? Yeah, that's fine. You don't accuse anybody of any other whatever. So we would make progress with that. Thank you.
All right. Very well. Honorable Atufosin, are you taking over?
That's how I understood it.
Okay. And the two documents. Yes, I'll come to you. The two documents tendered, are they in relation to any of the items in respect of which you have adduced evidence earlier?
Yes, the cathedral. We had done that earlier.
Okay,
so
that is
item
item
what?
Documents
I'm given. 2.
Item 2. We haven't done 2 complaints. We did. Oh yes. Earlier. Yes. Okay. Yes.
We had 6 and 7.
Okay. So clerks, the clerk, committee clerk. This is
Chairman,
marked in
there's a relationship
to
between 2 and 3. You see, with 2, you are saying that where did he get the mandate and authority from to withdraw these monies for the purpose of the construction of the cathedral? So it comes to 2, the unconstitutional withdrawal from the consolidated fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution for that purpose. I'm just relating that the points are related. But this was just submission of document to assure council that my first was to deal with the Petroleum Holding Fund and 100 million being held in the name of Jubilee, and the fact that Jubilee Holding, for records before Parliament, has not been listed as a subsidiary of GM.
We get that clearly and distinctly. Can we do this?
yes.
Yeah. Let's go to this 7.
The Honorable
6 and 7.
Atu,
6. They were talking about 20 minutes. Let's take notes and then I think we'll find
members
the 2
take
together.
notes,
So
and then we
go
can
on,
ask our questions.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, there's a guy. Can you do that? Mr. Chairman,
Incompetence and frightening ineptitude, big English.
Mr. Chairman, I will deal with items 6 and 7 together. So I'll address both together. So in the interest of time. Mr. Chairman, we in minority obviously sees ineptitude. In other words, inaction on the part of the government and the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Chairman, we say this because we strongly believe that one cannot or may not be able to stop crisis from happening. Obviously, excuse my French, shit happens in life. When it happens, the most important thing is to
we don't speak French here. Would you try some English?
Okay, I'm sorry to say that those things happens in life. And when it happens, you definitely have to deal with it. And how you deal with it is what matters most. First, we believe that when you understand the job that you are doing, early detection of the problem is important. And if you detect it early, you need to act on it. Your action or inaction can destroy the livelihood of the people that you seek to govern. Unfortunately, that is what we have seen. Mr. Chairman, in the year 2021, first quarter, end of first quarter, the Ministry of Finance published government fiscal data, fiscal and economic data. It was at that point that we in the minority saw that Ghana has found itself in what we call debt trap. Debt trap. And obviously, if the 2021 budget had to be implemented in the shape and manner that it was presented to Parliament, Ghana will find itself in an unsustainable debt. And obviously, the repercussion will be similar to what we are seeing today. We had then done a major presentation and then obviously invited the Ministry of Finance, the Minister of Finance himself, to appear or to take part in the discussion where we pointed out to the Minister of Finance. In fact, he did not attend himself, but he sent his deputy. So we noticed that our debt is unsustainable or heading towards unsustainable back in 2021 first quarter. We believe that as minority or party, our interest is not just to win election, but to contribute towards policy shaping and also to ensure that our people benefit from policies of government. But unfortunately, when we raised the issue, the government did not deal with the concerns. We had said that our debt at the time in 2021 was 80% of GDP. If you are to include the ESLA bond, the Dache bond, the Sino-Hydro bond, and if you are to include all of them at the time, Sino-Hydro loan, or butter trade, so they call it. Obviously, it will mean that Ghana's debt has reached an unsustainable limit. In fact, we had gotten to the dreaded 80% that nobody wanted to get there. We had recommended to government to seek help because the economy is sick, either to go to hospital or themselves home. And we have said that if you are sick, you have to treat yourself at home or go to hospital. The hospital, obviously, is the IMF, or you treat yourself at home. And we had warned that if you fail to go to the IMF or treat yourself at home, you end up going to the IMF in an ambulance. Today, we are in IMF in an ambulance. Unfortunately, the government did not listen to us. We think that is ineptitude on the part of the government because all what is going on was avoidable. We could avoid it, and that is why we think it's one of the grounds. So, Chairman, this is a table from the Goldman Sachs, and it speaks volume. It speaks volume. Because, Mr. Chairman, if you look at this table as I presented, and you notice when you were at 80% in 2021, all what Ghana could have done to do a positive primary balance at 0.0. Don't add to the debt, and in the end, you would have stayed at 0.0. You would have stayed at 80%. Or in other words, you do a primary surplus of 2.7% of GDP, and that will mean that you will decline from the 80% to the 70% within 1 year. Unfortunately, the government decided to go on overdrive, and obviously increase the budget deficit and run this economy into a ditch. Today, the IMF, the World Bank has projected that Ghana's debt will be 105% of GDP. In fact, to be specific, 104.7% of GDP. This means that the fiscal regime, if you are going to move to 70% over 4 years, you have to do a primary surplus of 9.4% of GDP. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to say that looking at the current situation that we find ourselves in, a consolidation of 9.4% of GDP is virtually impossible. Taxes and expenditure cut worth 9.7% of GDP is virtually impossible. For 4 good years, I mean, we'll end up not having a country to run if we are to go this path. So what has happened for us is ineptitude or lack of action on the part of the government. We feel that all this could have been remedied if they had taken action at the right time. When we made the issue, our minister's concern was we are not going to IMF. We won't go to IMF. And the Deputy Minister, Honorable John Kuma, had come to Parliament to say, whatever you do today, tomorrow, the next day, tomorrow morning, next evening, we are not going to IMF. And then 1 week later, we are where we are in IMF. So, Chairman, my concern is all what we are going through could have been avoided. As I said, crisis may happen, but how you deal with it when you see it is what matters most. So what we are seeing here is self-inflicted, and this could have been avoided. Chairman, on the other point relating to gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, which has occasioned untold and unprecedented hardship. Chairman, the truth is the capital market gave Ghana the benefit of the doubt until 2022, until when the 2022 budget was read. And you agree with me that all this deterioration happened from January to date. And the economy has deteriorated in a manner that you cannot even see it, all within 10 months, for a reason. Chairman, I say this because on the very day that the minister responsible for finance read the 2022 budget in November, that very day, our spreads, the 2032 Ghana bond, in fact, went down by 530 basis points that very day. Because investors had noticed that Ghana is not committed to fiscal consolidation. And most of the assumptions in the budget were not possible. That obviously triggered the capital flow reversals, because the market noticed that I won't be the last person to get out. So most people started getting out. The country started losing reserves. The currency started depreciating, obviously affecting inflation and everything else. So it started from 2022 on the back of incompetence and ineptitude. And that's why we are saying that all what has happened is gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, and this is what has triggered the hardship in the economy. It's not inflicted, it's an own goal. This could have been avoided. They scored themselves an own goal, and obviously the ordinary person has to benefit from what has gone on over the years. So this is our consensus.
You appear very clear in your mind that it's all on the back of incompetence. You don't give any room to the back of COVID, no room to the back of the war going on, no room to the other crises, the other external factors that are impinging very negatively on the economy of Ghana. No room for those things?
I think it's a good point. Exogenous factors, as I said, are bound to happen. But what matters most is for you to deal with it and not to sit unconcerned for the train to come and kill you. All of this thing happened, but what matters most was what action did we take to remedy the situation? I have not seen one. I have not seen one. And I'm sure I'm not alone. That wouldn't have been where we are.
You are throwing
So,
billions
no,
at COVID,
no, but you see,
COVID,
COVID did not affect Ghana alone. It affects us a pandemic. So how come you run fiscal deficit of almost 17% whilst your neighbors are doing 7% of GDP? Is it because of elections? Is it the question that's the difference between what happened in Ghana in 2022 and what happened in Ivory Coast in 2022? So clearly that's the issue.
The ESLA payments, the what do you call it, take or pay payments for the electricity companies and all those things, they don't matter, they don't factor in all of
Honorable
those.
Katie,
yes.
You see what I have on the table, on the board, the starting debt stock. When you have your debt stock at 80%, and you've put in yourself in a debt trap, and there's a possibility that you are going to crack. Let me land. What you have to do, you don't get it worse.
No, let's disentangle ourselves from the language you use. You're getting yourself entrapped in that. You are forgetting that I'm getting myself trapped because I have some commitments that I have to settle, some debts created by some other system which I have to settle. Isn't that?
Honestly speaking, government could have avoided this, because all what they could do is to cut some expenditures. In fact, cutting the size of government alone would have done this. If you had cut the size of government and reduced the Office of Government Machinery budget alone, as we speak, the staff level at the Office of Government Machinery is unprecedented. It's unprecedented. We have all of this comes to Parliament every year, and the staff level there, you could cut it. Remember, majority of them there, of those guys at the Office of the President are under Article 71. Majority of them are under Article 71. They are more than Parliament. They have created another Parliament at the staff. So you could cut it.
I think we can limit the exaggeration. The hyperbole and all those things, we can limit it.
I think, unfortunately, you called for it because we don't. No, because you gave other examples that could have exacerbated the situation, and he's trying to give you counter examples to show why, if management had been done efficiently and effectively, yes.
The point you made about parliament, creation of other parliaments, what I meant by hyperbole, I mean, there's no other parliament except this particular one.
Well, basically, he's talking about the numbers.
Chairman, and Chairman, to remind the Chairman that just the point that the Honorable Atta is on, calling on the minister as not being competent enough. In 1999, probably, Katie would have come to Parliament subsequently if he was not there. Victor Salome had come to make a statement on the economic situation in Ghana. And when I say they are making a dichotomy, at the time, their numbers were not even as significant as our 137 that they say they don't respect today, with very low numbers. Dr. Kwenedu Apreku led
Who is not respecting your numbers? No. Your numbers are
ranking member on finance just like him moved a motion for our Minister of Finance to resign because he was not competent. So you cannot approbate and reprobate. I just wanted to put that in emphasis. Thank
you. The Honorable Katie Hammond, you are harassing the witness.
Mr. Go-Chairman, you are not
harassing the witness.
You are not quote-unquote BHA whatever properly, Mr.
Why? Why?
How can I harass the guy sitting down there? We are here because of the numbers that he says we are not respecting. If we had the proper numbers, you think we'll be sitting here, I'll be sweating like this. So what do you mean by we don't respect your numbers?
Very well. Honorable members, the Honorable Atufosin, are you done? Are you done with the presentation of your evidence in relation to items 6 and 7?
Mr. Chairman, to conclude on my presentation.
Very well.
I am a strong believer of the fact that all what we are going through as a country is self-inflicted. It could have been avoided. So, Chairman, today what Ghana needs most is what we call confidence. The markets want confidence. Businessmen want confidence. In fact, the international community want confidence. The key point here has to do with confidence. I think the time has come for our minister to step aside to give the country a new breath. It doesn't mean he has not contributed his quota towards the support, the running of the country. He has. But the time has come for him to give the country an opportunity to recover. Him leaving, and I want to plea to him that even the water seller on the street want him to go. His own party people want him to go. They may not be able to say it, but they want him go. So please, when you are confronted in a situation like that, that everybody thinks that you have to go, we in the minority have no choice than to say that the time has come, and we've laid our grounds. The grounds are technical. They are grounded in evidence. We have shown our evidence. Yes, when Honorable Ejapamesa raised the issue as to whether IMF had sanctioned him. But let me say, the misreporting he did was not to IMF. The misreporting was to Parliament of Ghana. So IMF will not be the one to obviously take you through some punishment. It is us. You have breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and I have said, and we have said as a group minority, that this is the basis why we think the Minister of Finance must give Ghana a chance to recover from this mess.
Very well. Honorable Minority Leader, are you going to add to that? Or?
Yes, I will just conclude on item 6. Just build on what he said. Now, when you say excruciating cost of living crisis, Chairman, as you may recall with your members, the President of the Republic himself, Nana Addo Dankwa, had cause to address the Ghanaian citizens. And he said that we have an economic crisis. Now, he also spoke about inflation at levels not witnessed in the last 40 years. Now, what that inflation has done today, yes, I'll paraphrase the President for him.
Counsel, you are not supposed to interrupt the witness.
Give me a copy of the President's address to the nation. I have my copy. I'll quote it for him. I'll quote it in evidence for him, what Nana Addo Dankwa himself said about, about inflation. It's in the second page. So, Chairman, I'll come to it. Now, when you have inflation at 40.4%, and Chairman, the essence of this hearing, as you recall, is to make sure that we are not surprising the minister. So I'm tendering in evidence again prices of goods December 2016 to November 2022, which is part of what I gave you. I may not even need it. Once you admitted the Hansard, that is fine. When you have cement, which used to buy at 18 Ghana cedis, now 95. You see, the incompetence is such that a contractor today who is not being paid by the minister is enduring additional costs in respect of procuring cement and iron rods. What will they do? So that cost will also come at a cost to government. And we even fear that many projects may be uncompleted, because at the time that you awarded the contracts, you use the market value of these essential commodities like cement, like let me refer to iron rod, which was around 180 Ghana cedis, now 780, and now petrol, which was at 14, 80 Ghana cedis, diesel, which was 14, almost around 100, and even weedicide. So there is a cost of living crisis in Ghana, exacerbated by an uncontrolled inflation. And we think that the Honorable Minister for Finance must be held responsible for that. Exogenous factors, yes. That's why I asked the rhetoric question that did you borrow to support the war in Ukraine? Because much of our problem is that you have borrowed excessively, making Ghana a debt-distressed country, unsustainable debt. And Chairman, again, in evidence, I'm sure somebody misled even the president when the president categorically said that there will be no haircut. Why president appoint ministers is that you give him good advice. I'm not sure the president was advised properly to have been categorical that there will be no haircut.
Has there been a haircut? Whatever that means.
If there is tomorrow,
my God is my Baba. Nobody's cutting my hair.
You have no hair for a cut.
So which one is that?
Yours, you fit a guy and pay something on your hair.
The chairman, he'll get a shave.
So
or his beard.
we are saying that someone must accept responsibility. You see, it's the borrowing.
But the point you make is crucial. Let's get it.
Yes, so that's what.
Has there been a haircut of any kind? The president said there won't be. You said.
I'm aware that Ghana is drifting towards a restructuring of its debt.
Our own speculation.
I am not a speculator. You know that.
Let's get to facts first.
And I say I am not a speculator. You know that. I'm saying that Ghana is inching towards agreeing with its multilateral, bilateral partners.
Arun, I object to that line of you are a big boy in this country. So when such statements start emanating from you, it might, I'm not sure about repercussions. So can we just leave it at that? If it's just speculation that it might lead to this and this and this and this and that.
No, but you see, Chairman, Chairman,
Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, the evidence that you have presented since morning points towards your point about us inching towards that situation. And therefore, it is not merely speculative. It's based upon the situation of having a debt restructuring that will lead to a haircut. That's basically what he's saying. So he's standing on the back of the evidence led this morning about the state of the economy.
Chairman, I will just even end why your committee must take interest in hearing me. You have a country's pension regime, which pensions law and regulations provides that 70% of pension investment are invested in government securities. That has been done. If those securities are threatened, who are we to hold responsible? Because the law provides. And then you have a financial system. You've done cleaning of banks. You may head towards even banks not being able to sustain their liquidity, because many of them invested in those securities. The consequence of a restructuring may destabilize the whole financial system of our country. Okay. And I'm just saying that when it comes to pensions and savings, I am concerned of the income and social security of aged persons who are no longer working, who are subjected to ill health and others. So, Chairman, when we say that cost of living and hardship we are also concerned about what happens to the investment of persons associated with pensions and even the financial viability of Ghana's banking sector with the kind of unsustained debt and the attempt to deal with it. And we think that the Honorable Ken Ofori must be held responsible to that.
Okay.
So I'll end there on
the 6th. Okay. Are you now going to deal with 1, or should we take a round of questions on 6 and 7 before we proceed to your dealing with 1?
I want to be ending it here. So deal with 1.
Will you deal with 1 or not?
I'll deal with 1, but I want to refer you to Article 103 of the Constitution before I deal with 1.
As a preliminary matter to 1.
Yeah. Because with 1, I'm going to lead evidence on Data Bank and on Black Star, and in an answer which was answered 22nd June 2022 Hansard, when the Honorable Teresa Ladi Awuni, a member for Okaikwe of Minister for Finance, how much was raised in total from government bonds since 2017, and then the answers that were given, which cumulatively gave us a figure that between that period, Barclays Bank, Ghana, that's not my interest, Data Bank, Fidelity Bank, Data Bank earned some earned from it, and which is the question of the conflict of interest and Black Star line. So we'll tender that in evidence. But may I refer you to Article 103 of the Constitution and probably end it there. And Chairman, is for your committee to take interest that conflict of interest, our Constitution abhors it, and in 103 it provides that 103.3. I'm interested, but I'll come to 103.1. Parliament shall appoint standing committees. That's not my interest. And other committees, such as your ad hoc committee. And it says that the committee of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries, departments. You see, so we must be interested in who issued bonds, who were bondholders, who got what, and who was where. These are all questions that we must answer to in order to satisfy ourselves that conflict of interest, which engenders corruption, was respected. So I end it there, and that would be my submission. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader, Council, I'll come to you. Honorable Minority Leader, the answer that you referred to contained the answer of the minister regarding the question of payments to companies that were related to him. Is that right?
Yeah, including Data Bank.
Okay.
So when you people use words that allegations, how can ministers' answer to Parliament be an allegation? That means a statement of fact.
No, we agreed here that these are grounds. They are grounds of your motion. So have you tendered the answer in question in evidence?
With your indulgence, I'll do so.
Well, it's a matter of record before the House, but you are making reference to it for purposes of our evaluation of the evidence we are leading. So that's why. Okay.
Now, but before that, I was asking my colleague here about what you were attempting to do, because at one point we thought you were going back to the 6th, and then you were referring to that. So I think we lost some concentration on that one. So what is the answer that you said has been preferred in what document which relates to your 1? Because I think we should show some interest in the 1. What is the answer that? No, he hasn't finished. We'll go, no, let him go.
Honorable Minority Leader.
The
1. The lawyer wants to come in. If you read the Hansard, I think that some 159 million may have accrued to Data Bank cumulatively between 2017 to 2021.
You are reading that from where?
Hearing. A parliamentary Hansard. I'll tender it in evidence for you. Yes, it was a minister answering a question from Teresa Ladi Awuni, which was 22nd June 2022. Thank you.
We'll let you talk. The date. 20 what? 22nd, 2020.
Give to him.
22.
He will bring it to you.
June
You
22nd.
me. You are exasperated. So
June 22nd.
Okay, go on.
No, I was just going to make the point about the date for the Ansah. Just for our records. It's June 22nd, 2022. Just for our records.
Yes, Mr. Gabi Ochiridako, Esquire.
Mr. Chairman, we wish to raise a serious objection to the first allegation.
The first ground.
Well, ground allegation, yeah. Regarding conflict of interest. Even before I say that, I think it's important to make the point that the Minister of Finance is perfectly capable and willing to answer questions based on the allegation of conflict of interest. And indeed, he has done so before, in a sense that way back in 2017, I believe, a member of the NDC, Broja Jemfi, took a matter to the Shraj Commission to Shraj specifically about conflict of interest to do with bonds. And his role, may I? May I? Yeah. This was in 2017, and the matter traveled as far as to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled on it. Our issue is that if you go into Article 284 of the Constitution, and Mr. Chairman, I'm not here to question how Parliament or its committees.
You are here to do your
Absolutely.
client's bit.
Absolutely.
Go on with it.
So I just want to make that point. If you read Article 284, with your permission, it says, a public officer shall not put himself in a position where his personal interest conflicts or is likely to conflict with the performance of the functions of his office. Now, if you combine that with Article 287, and if I may read, it says, an allegation that a public officer has contravened or has not complied with a provision of this chapter shall be made to the Commissioner for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Shraj. And in the case of the Commissioner of Human Rights and Administrative Justice, to the Chief Justice and the rest of it. But a relevant part is that when a public officer is to face any charge or any allegation or any ground of conflict of interest, it's Shraj that the Constitution says must deal with it. And if I may carry it a little further, there's a case that I think we are all familiar with, Okujetu Ablakwa number 2, and Attorney General Obechabe Lamte number 2, 2012 Supreme Court report at page 845. And just for the purposes of this, let me just quote. And this was JSC Bobie. The complaint of conflict of interest made by the plaintiffs against public officers or the officials of the Lands Commission and those of the Ministry of Water, Resources, Works and Housing would be dismissed because specific remedy had been provided under Article 287 of the 1992 Constitution, which required complaints of conflict of interest against public officers to be exclusively investigated by the Commissioner for Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and in the case of a complaint against the Commissioner for Human Rights and Administrative Justice by the Chief Justice. So he
laid down his 7 guidelines.
Yes.
He laid down his 7 guidelines. I think we're taking notice of that. What is the point that you make on that?
So, like I said, to go back to the point, the Minister of Finance has gone before Shraj, where Shraj investigated an allegation of conflict of interest and ruled in his favor. Even when this matter was challenged, he went as far as to the Supreme Court. He is not afraid to deal with any matter of conflict of interest. In fact, he is more than competent and capable, and he believes that he has...
Is that we don't have the jurisdiction to deal with that matter?
Absolutely.
All right, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
And I think that this committee should take full knowledge and cognizance of the fact that it is a constitutional matter. There are appropriate forum, and that appropriate forum is Shraj, not Parliament or a committee of Parliament.
Okay. Council, 2 questions. The Honourable Minority Leader referred to the functions of committees under Article 103 Clause 3 of the Constitution, which includes the powers of investigation into the activities of ministries, departments, and agencies. Now, would you consider transactions involving the finance minister and related activity of the ministry? So that's my first question. Second question, I want you to avert your mind to Article 287 that you have cited. In that article, in terms of its own internal logic, all right, if there is a written admission by the person alleged to have engaged in conflict of interest, the investigative power of Shraj does not arise. So would you consider the subsequent statement that was made in Parliament as a written admission of the contravention by your client?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
That's Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with some clarity, answering a question on the floor of Parliament, does it amount to an admission of the fact of conflict?
Mr. Chairman, I wanted myself to be very clear about the nature of the question you put to counsel and whether he himself appreciated the question, not the import, but the question, because I wasn't so sure.
Yes, I have. I appreciate
the point that he made. Okay. So
I appreciate it, but I do not agree with it. But I appreciate the question.
I would want you to answer that to the appreciation of the committee.
Absolutely.
That is.
Like I said, I'm not here to question the workings of this House. Not at all. I'm here to state a constitutional... I'm here to state a constitutional position.
Sure, but Mr. Co-Chairman, that's why, Council, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think the point that is troubling my colleagues here, I see that everybody is on this app, is this, that the finance minister came to Parliament to answer to a specific question. Yes. Did he come to make admissions that he is benefited from, unlawfully, illegally, from a position
Chairman,
of conflict?
Nobody used the word unlawfully or illegally.
I have decided to introduce that.
Yes, so those are your words.
Conflict.
We are saying that...
I haven't attributed those words to you.
Yes, so conduct may be... And Chairman, when I relied on Article 103, lucid explanation from him on Article 287 on jurisdictional issue and quoting Justice Bobie. That's for your committee to decide.
Sure.
But my understanding is that this committee is not only to hear us, you have the power to do further inquiry into all borrowing government debt. Who got what, when, and how, and who was in what position. That's what I'm saying. Don't just take it on the face that...
I don't believe that we have that wide spectrum.
No, I think so. You can say you don't. Okay. But I think so that, for instance, all the domestic bonds we are done through book building, Euro bonds, who got what? We must be interested in it. And whether in your inquiry it engendered conflict of interest or not. I'll leave it there. So thank you very much.
No, we need to get you...
I admire and respect his reference to the
constitutional
Supreme
provisions.
Court. Lucid, as I said, lucid.
Yes.
But that is for your committee to decide whether you have jurisdiction or not, guided by the Supreme Court ruling. But mine is that this committee is clothed with authority and mandate to probe wider, to understand that whether in these instances of borrowing, persons in public office, directly or indirectly, benefited or not from those.
Your number one ground, you call it grounds. I have a difficulty describing this as grounds, but ground, despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes. So Ghana's economic woes from Kwame Nkrumah's time, I take it, as his companies receive commissions and other...
Honorable Ketiamon, are you rewriting the ground? Because you are adding from Kwame Nkrumah. There is no from Kwame Nkrumah.
It doesn't stipulate. Yeah, it doesn't stipulate when it started. Ghana's economic woes. Yesterday I was reading a case and was referring to Ghana's woes in 1972. So which one are we talking about? You said Ghana's economic woes.
There is a reference. There is a direct reference to the actions of the finance minister in item 1.
Yeah, but that's what I'm reading, and he says that economic woes.
Yes, so
what is the reference point of our woes? We'll deal with that.
That ensures that he directly benefits.
Yes,
who is he in this context?
Directly benefits.
Honorable.
Companies receive commission and other unethical advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt advantage. And you're saying that we should throw through all the books, all the bonds, and then to come out with where his company has benefited?
No.
Sammy, I haven't finished. Sammy, we've got to be careful.
So, thank you, Chairman.
He said that, come on, let me make listen, when chairman is talking, I think he has the liberty to complete whatever he wants to say because others are, well, yes, co-chair. Yeah, co-senior chair.
Okay, well, you are my senior in parliament, but you are my junior at the bar.
When were you called to the bar?
I was called to the bar in October 1995.
And you call yourself a senior?
I
was called to the Bar of England and Wales in November 1991.
Well, an English lawyer has no license to practice in Ghana.
Listen to him. I was exempted from the whatever bar here and granted my exemption to practice at the Bar of Ghana. What are you talking about?
When were you called to the Bar of Ghana?
And even that, he said 1991, 1996?
1995.
What you said 1995? I was granted exemptions in Ghana in 1997. You don't take me for a baby. 1991, where was he?
So you are 2 years. You are 2 years my junior.
You are out of order. Completely out of order. Yes. Okay. So what the point that you were making is that you think that by this remit, everything is encapsulated. I don't seem to understand. We can't go through all of that.
I raised the point, and then I raised a point of conflict of interest in our ground 1. Then I heard Gabi, counsel for Ken Ofori, make reference to a lucid judgment and constitutional matter on jurisdiction. But you have ended it all. Could the appetite for borrowing have been a function of an incentive because other institutions and bodies were gaining from it?
Chairman.
Yes, I'll come to you. I think the honourable member has a point to make. Yes, Honourable Kwame Yinodu.
Right. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to find out from the sponsors of the motion if they have actually exhausted their points. If they have, I think you asked us to hold on with our questions. Then you can now allow us to ask the questions. Now, to me, if you would be aided, I think that all these other constitutional provisions that you cite, we are coming under Article 82. And Article 82, the motion has been moved. Amongst other things, these were the reasons that the sponsors adduced to actually support their point. And then Mr. Speaker had referred these matters to this committee that we should deal with these matters. Now, we are making an attempt to actually import other things. They have stated their grounds, and they have spoken to the grounds, And if they say they have finished with their grounds, it shouldn't be the duty of the committee to actually find out what else are you bringing along. If that is all they are saying to their
let's get it right. The reason why this matter is debated is because council raised a constitutional argument. Listen, we are bound by the constitutional imperatives. So, well, the Parliament of Ghana is bound by constitutional imperatives, for that matter, this committee. So if he's right, he's saying that that matter can't be discussed at all. That's the point that he's raising, if I understand him. That even though it is raised here, if he is right by the objections he's raised, well, they may have raised it, but it shouldn't factor into our equation, and that way disregard that one and deal with the other matters. I suspect that is the point that you are making.
Mr. Chairman, that is the point that I'm making. But I think it's important as to whatever happened in Hansard, if the Minister of Finance was called by Parliament to answer a question, let's try and create a distinction between that and facing a vote of censure, specifically on the issue of conflict of interest. Let's try and draw a distinction. Being asked to come and answer a question in Parliament is different from facing a vote of censure on a specific charge or allegation of conflict of interest. And I believe that if we are going to look into this matter, then respectfully, this is not the right forum. And I think my point is clear. And I saw my good friend Okujato Blackwell actually nodding to it. So I'm sure.
Well, I don't think that he was nodding in agreement.
Agreement. Well, for the record, I wasn't nodding in agreement.
But in the mention of your name? Was that to the mention of your name?
I was just confirming that indeed that was a matter that we took to the Supreme Court in a conversation here. So yes, I know the case. I took the matter.
You respect the case,
and it was a matter that has been well established. So I was just confirming that. But Mr. Chairman, I don't think the Constitution will get into my head and be guessing why I'm nodding.
Well, I hope there's space.
Thank you. Honorable Anyefo.
Co-chairs, thank you very much. I guess we are at a stage where an objection has been raised. The record is very clear that a motion has been moved on the floor of Parliament based on 7 grounds. Now, by Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution, particularly 82(4), the minister is supposed to be heard in defense during the debate. Instead of the speaker, the minister coming to the floor of Parliament to be heard, it's referred to a committee. So we are supposed to give a hearing to the minister responsible. If you give the opportunity to the minister responsible to be heard based on the grounds referred to the committee, the minister is at liberty to tell the committee that this matter, he wouldn't want to be heard on it because the committee doesn't have jurisdiction to it. And that will form part of our records. It can form part of our records, and then we report to the plenary section that yes, among the grounds referred to us is ground 1, which states clearly that despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghanaians' economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. So it will form part of our record that regarding this particular issue, let me land. Well, regarding this particular issue, the minister doesn't want to be heard on this. And nobody will force the minister to be heard.
No, it doesn't work like that. We heard your point, Mr. Co-Chairman. This is a matter for us, the committee, to decide. Council is to raise a constitutional point. Right. Now, constitutional for Parliament operates within the ambit of the Constitution. It's a very serious point it is raised, buttressed by a decision of the Supreme Court. Yes. It says that this matter should not be before us. Simplicity, that is his point.
Yes,
so we have to decide whether he is right or not.
Okay, I think we can we can decide that.
One second. I disagree fundamentally with a colleague when he suggests that we should leave that to the minister to say to us whether he wants to respond to that or not. He can't do that. It's not for him to tell us. Well, if he says he will not respond to anything, that is fine. No, that's fine. But on this one, constitutionally, the argument by his lawyer is that this committee cannot deal with that. We will take a decision and tell the plenary that by our decision and our understanding of the Constitution, it should not be a matter before us. Because the Constitution has made it pretty clear that when it comes to it, then supported by the decision of the Supreme Court, no, what do you think we are doing here? No, listen, let's get something right. We are guided. You keep saying that we are a house of records and a house of whatever. Part of the records is the Constitution. Yes. The supreme law of this whole country. But so if you say why do you then suggest that if it is against what we are doing, we should be doing it?
Honorable Co-Chair, I think it's a matter that we as a committee will take a decision on. But I want to make it clear that under Article 82(4) of the Constitution, the minister is supposed to be heard. In Parliament to be heard in his defense
on unconstitutional matters.
Honorable K.T. Hammond, please allow me to learn. So he's supposed to be allowed to be heard during the debate. That is the language of the Constitution. Now, this committee is an extension of Parliament. And because it's an extension of Parliament, to say that the matter of conflict of interest cannot be raised here is to say that Parliament can never raise that issue on the floor. That argument would be clearly unconstitutional. In and of itself, that argument will be clearly unconstitutional. That Parliament will not be allowed to debate the issue of conflict of interest. And that is why I want to draw your attention to the answer provided by the minister himself. That answer related to payments that were received by his companies whilst he was, in his capacity as finance minister. And he made, statements in Parliament admitting that 159 million,
we haven't seen that document.
They had received payments, totaling 159 million.
That document, which the Ansah thing, let's all have a good read at it.
So that is a matter of record before Parliament. And it's a matter of record before this committee.
Chairman, with respect, I hear the co-chair make the point that the finance minister, in answering the question, admitted that some funds had been paid to the company in which it had an interest. Does that, under any stretch of the imagination, amount to admitting that was conflict of interest? I don't think so.
Well, I don't even need to use my imagination.
No, but of course, that's not what the
that is a matter of fact.
Okay, no, it's not.
It's a factual record before Parliament. Please, with all due respect, that is a factual record before Parliament.
With respect.
Were the payments made to Data Bank or not?
But the fact that
were the payments made, honorable member,
Data
please.
Bank receives payments.
You are challenging my authority, please.
They are under a conflict of interest. That's the point that I'm making.
He's trying to appreciate. It
does not mean that at all. With respect,
I am myself trying to understand what Haruna referred to. Arun, this is a question, answer to a question raised by Teresa Ladi, and asking how much was paid to the minister himself in breach of his ministerial functions, or what? What has it been?
Chairman, I'm not a member of the committee. I'm only appearing before the committee.
Well, you raised a matter, we're trying to deal with you, and now you are saying that you are not a member.
And he has raised an objection. It's for your committee to take a decision on it.
Well, we would, but try and help to the extent that you can. You've introduced some fire in here. We're trying to extinguish it, and now you are trying to opt out. You can't. Stay in there. Let's deal with it.
Opt out of what? I tendered that in evidence, and I've even expanded your remit that per Article 103 of the Constitution, we should be interested in who did what.
No, yeah,
So that's within the mandate of it.
Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, because you have tendered the evidence, we are allowed as a committee to obtain your assistance in explaining the relevance or otherwise of the evidence that you've tendered, because the basis of admissibility of evidence is relevance. So if we can ask you to draw the linkage that you attempt to establish, that would be very helpful to the committee.
Because, Mr. Chairman, you yourself keep saying that he's made some admissions, so you are holding him to his admissions. So we're trying to make sense of it. To what extent does this constitute admission of guilt?
Chairman, I've submitted it to you. Okay, let me hear, Chairman, and you may do.
Suggestion. Co-chairs, may I plead with you that this objection that had been made, maybe tomorrow morning, the committee will meet in camera and advise the co-chairs. Then we can proceed and ask the questions since they have already finished with their submission. I agree with your indulgence.
Okay, that's a very helpful suggestion. Honorable members, I think.
Why should that be tomorrow then? When the other members are gone, cameras are gone, you will be here. We will be here to deal with this matter. We won't leave it to tomorrow. You know, so. Okay.
Yes.
Chair, I think it's important to find out if the answers provided by the Honorable Finance Minister on the 22nd of June, which has been tendered in that Hansard, are they in any way distancing themselves? Do they have any reservation? Are they standing by it? Yes, because the question was very clear. Because we must know that's a record of the House.
Yes, sir. Counsel, have you had the occasion to read what is it that is in question that we are struggling with?
I have not.
Would you want to take the necessary 2 minutes to read it?
I can do, but I think it's important that we draw and maintain that distinction.
Point entirely.
Yes.
My case is a different one.
I'm happy to read it.
Yeah.
But we should understand that he was not facing a vote of censure.
I understand that.
And he was not facing an allegation of conflict of interest, which will lead to a decision being taken.
I understand that.
Whether or not he should be removed.
I understand all of that. I wanted you to be able to read it, confer with him whether he knows what is in here, so we can at least make whatever argument.
Very well.
Let's pass it on. It's only a short whatever, so pass it on to him. Let's see if. No, it's marked, so he can. So clear with him if he's aware of that.
So, Chairman, whilst he's at it, I'm sure for today, me and I'll lead evidence only on one other item. Debt. Debt, national debt. How he has tried the economy with national debt. Oh, Chairman, we can leave it. Raise an important constitutional matter. It's for your committee to do further inquiry, but limit yourself, as you have said, within the limitations of the Constitution.
Well, if we want you to whatever help us, we will tell you. For now, I think you can relax.
Okay. So, yes, honorable members, do you have questions for the two witnesses? Honorable Ejapa Mensah. No. Honorable Okujeto, you had your hand first. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to begin with the National Cathedral, or is it the President's Cathedral, whatever it is. And this is for the Honorable Leader. Honorable Leader, do you have an idea by the records available in this House how much exactly the total cost of the National Cathedral is? Because I have all of these publications here. Finance Minister said 14 November 2019, $100 million. Secretary to the Board of Trustees says $200 million by 1st August 2021. The chairman of the Board of Trustees, Professor Poko Nyina, says it's now $250 million by 6 September 2021. And it shot up to $350 million. Ricardo de Eca, the contractors, also claim it's $400 million. All kinds of figures escalating, appears to be a moving target. Do you have an idea how much exactly the National Cathedral cost?
Chairman, the honorable member should appreciate why we are here. I may not have the cost of the cathedral. I'm concerned about how those monies were spent. Was it with the authorization of Parliament or not? Was that expenditure in accord with the Constitution or not? Knowing myself, and let me use this forum, Chairman, to point out clearly, because I share the same burden with the Chairman, a respected Ahmadis. Wholeheartedly, even me, I'll contribute in supporting a cathedral. I don't have any problem with supporting persons being given opportunity to worship their God and know their Lord. I have no difficulty at all. But should it be done with public resources or with private resources? And my view is that if it is to be done, even with public resources, come clear. Let us know the cost, value for money, where the money is coming from, how much is dedicated, and let Parliament give approval for it. So let nobody go and say that Haruna Idris, minority leader, and the Honorable Atta forcing against Cathedral. No, we are consummate believers and respecters of freedom of conscience to exercise the right to freely practice your faith. But in establishing it, let's honor God in a manner that is honorable. How much are you spending? I can provide that details. I don't have the drawing. I'm not a quantity surveyor to know that. But I'm saying that how was the money spent? And then when I drive there every day when I'm coming from work or when I close, how much money you have poured on the ground? And when you say, Chairman, they will say you are adding new additional issues. It's like Agenda 111 hospitals. If you go around the country, contractors have just taken money from government and abandoned site. Some of them, grass is still at the sides, grass. Yet, monies have been released for people in the name of going to build hospitals for the Ghanaian people from taxpayers. We shouldn't take the public for granted. So, when you pass by a cathedral, be interested in how much money have been spent and the state of work of the cathedral. So, when there is a church ceremony there tomorrow, I'll attend and I'll sing "It Is Well," but not and it to be well, but not to create an impression as if we are not for it. No, we are saying that what authorization given by who? By Parliament. And I refer to Dr. Ayeni's own comment when we're passing the budget for that particular year. I mean, what you must do is let's know allocation. Then we know when those releases are done, nobody will raise an issue. So thank you very much. I'm sure, Chairman, if there are any further questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
The Honorable Samuel Okujeta Ablakwa still has some questions. How many questions do you have?
About 6 questions, Chairman.
About 6 questions?
Yes.
On the National Cathedral.
And the cost of living, the alarming incompetence.
Yes, but on each item, Honorable Imadu,
I'm dealing with 3 items.
It was that you answer. I mean, you asked 3 questions on each of the items. So they combined 2 items. We can do 6, can't we? Yes.
Yeah, Chair. Thank you very much. The Honorable Atta Forson, still on the National Cathedral, you indicate that Article 178 has been breached. There was no authorization by Parliament. I have heard some government communicators say that perhaps the finance minister can come under contingency and do what he has done. Is that a view you share? There's a contingency fund under our constitutional arrangement, allow a finance minister to do what has happened in this instant case?
Thank you very much. I'm not aware that a contingency fund in particular can be used for such a project. The Constitution is clear on how contingency fund can be used. And for the minister responsible for finance to be able to use the contingency fund, he will need the approval of the Finance Committee of Parliament. You recall that during the COVID era, the finance minister appeared before us, got approval under the constitutional requirement of the contingency fund, and Parliament approved. So I am not aware that the Ministry of Finance appeared before the Committee of Finance, of which I'm the ranking member, and we consider such a thing. So obviously it can be contingency fund.
Chairman, just to add up, is Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, why do you have to budget for a cathedral? 3 economic reasons. It is a phase-out project. You cannot finish it in 1 year. So every year you must budget that I'll spend X amount to get to this level of the project. So once you conceptualize it well and cost it, then you know project will be completed in 18 months, 24 months, and then you are able to follow. So it's important that it is budgeted for. It is equally important that Parliament annually approve the budgetary allocations, because for this year, maybe you perform up to 30% level. The following year, you add up to 80%, and then you keep it going. So if you are talking about contingency, the danger is that if tomorrow you don't make provision for them for contingency because you have floods in the country, what happens to the project? Must it come to a standstill? So get it well, start it well, and end it well. That is what we are saying. Our concern is the Parliament of Ghana, which exercises oversight over the public purse. Did you warrant approval of allocation of money for the cathedral? And if you did, we then ask you what is the cost of the cathedral. So the question you are asking me, in allocating budget, you must know how much it will cost you in doing so. Thank you.
And then, Sami, if the Ministry of Finance use the contingency fund or whatever votes they use, it will show on the warrant where they are picking the money from. So if you have the warrant, you can track it and you'll be able to see. The specific warrant will show you where they are picking the votes from.
Is it my understanding that you are also concerned about all the fiscal exposure, the burden that has accrued to the taxpayer? Judges' bungalows demolished, they have to be replaced, extra cost. Judicial Training Institute demolished, they have to be replaced. Private institutions like COMSIS, the IT firm, demolished. They are entitled to compensation. Another company called Waterstone Realty. And indeed, I have the Waterstone Realty High Court case here where there's a looming judgment debt in excess of $50 million. Are you concerned about all of these attendant costs that have come about because of the recklessness of the finance minister in this particular case?
Mr.
They know that the finance minister is becoming a demolisher, so it's going about
Mr. Chairman,
finance minister.
It is for this reason. It is for this reason why it was prudent on the part of the government and the finance minister to have come clean for us to know the total cost for the construction of the cathedral. Unfortunately, as we speak, no one, and I mean no one, we, the members of parliament, with the power of the purse, we do not have any knowledge on the cost of the cathedral. To compute the total cost of the cathedral, it is not only the build cost. Sometimes you have to even value the land and the build back, and obviously other things you have to do so that we know the exact cost of the cathedral. And the need to prioritize it, whether it is priority of priority as said by the President or not, and to seek the approval of Parliament. Clearly, the power of the purse is not with the executive, it's with Parliament. So it is only Parliament that can approve the expenditure of this nature. Unfortunately, I have not cited any kind of expenditure of this magnitude. So it will be very difficult for me to say that this is the total cost of the cathedral. But I'm honestly concerned about the fiscal impact going forward. And obviously the project has started. One way or the other, something must be done with it. Are we going to abandon it, or we are going to spend more money on it as against school feeding, or as against what? At the times of major crisis of this nature, what are we going to do?
Are you also concerned about the contract to Sir David Ajay, the architect, who we are told that we owe $23.75 million on this National Cathedral project, which is now a burden to the taxpayer? Has this come to your attention, and are you concerned about that?
I'm afraid I need to actually come in at this time. I was expecting that you would allow some questions and disallow some questions. This attitude of they have actually come out with itemized points 1 to 7. They have spoken to these points. They've made their points. This attitude of this style of questioning, of filling in gaps or things that had not been adduced by the proponents of the motion, I am uncomfortable with that. I am very much uncomfortable.
I accept it entirely. So, I mean, you see, that is the whole business that we were worried about. You see, it looks like we, as part of the committee too, are helping them with some more evidence. Not our business. They are the proponents of this. They have come up with their evidence. Maybe we'll restrict ourselves to what they have come up with, not the other bit. See, that's why I confiscated one of your documents. So let's see. Anyway, you've asked so many questions. We're tight.
Mr. Chairman, is that his form of re-examination or something?
Everybody's complaining now, so it's getting uncomfortable. Let's see how you go back.
He's asking follow-up questions with respect to the payments, all payments in connection with the National Cathedral.
Full picture. It's important to have the full picture.
So it's not a re-examination.
Yeah, this is about the National Cathedral.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this strongly. If he can hold a press conference to deal with those matters, but I think that we are here for a specific reason. Grounds have been stated. Let's stick to that. You know, we are not here for it's not a political platform to make some political pronouncement.
Well,
These are
Chairman,
serious allegations. Please.
He will not teach me how to do my work in Parliament.
No,
this is Parliament. You won't teach me how to do my work.
Let me finish.
No, he can't come here and throw his weight about. He can't teach me how to do my work. I take strong exception that I should go and hold a press conference. Please.
I'm only 78 kilos.
Please.
I'm not going to throw it about.
Please. I won't accept that.
Yes.
And you are not the chair. You don't tell members of Parliament what to do.
That's fine. So, I mean, we appreciate the point you
make. I will do my work. I'm not going to hold a press conference. You will not teach me how to do my work.
I think we made the point. There have been quite a few questions already. If we don't have... we're listening to the tenor of the next two questions. Well, let's hear him first.
Mr. Chairman,
we haven't heard what he's going to say.
Mr. Chairman, I think that those who appear before this committee must be guided. We work with standing orders. And if you go through our standing orders, this committee can decide not to hear strangers. It's very clear. Standing order 2022.
Who is the stranger now?
No. once you are not a member of parliament, that is how the standing order describes them.
So who is the stranger? Who is the stranger person?
That is how the standing order describes them. I think.
Allow Sami to answer for himself. Who is the stranger?
Please, I mean, you can't come and say we can go and hold press. We are working, and we are here to do our job. So please, let that be clear.
Yeah, that's fine. That's clear.
Mr. Chairman, this National Cathedral project, we are discussing fiscal recklessness, which has brought. There are all manner of incidental costs associated to this project. There's an architect we owe $23,750,000. This is a letter from the office of the president, a contract with this architect. It is all part of the cost. There's a looming judgment debt in excess of $50 million. These are not matters that I'm conjuring. They are matters that the people of this country
the point is already clearly
made.
They're clearly made about the constitutionality of the withdrawals to finance the bid that has already been paid for. I mean,
not approved by this House. And I'm asking the proponents if these are matters that have come to their attention and if they are concerned about them. It's a legitimate question.
I would have thought that they answered that already. They know all about it. The proponents, they know all about what there is to know, and they've answered. So what is the... Can we go on to the questions anymore?
Well, thank you, Chairman. I'm glad that our records will reflect these very vital documents and financial exposures to the Ghanaian taxpayer. My next question relates to the alarming incompetence and ineptitude of the finance minister. Items 4, 5, and 6.
No, Sammy, you can't do that. I mean, we answered all these questions. We posed the questions they've answered, and we're going back for you to ask all these many questions. No. Who are you asking the questions to? You're asking them what are they?
Chairman, can I be allowed to ask the questions?
No, I can't. You cannot be allowed to ask any question. I'm asking the basis for the questions. Because I understood as you had the opportunity to ask the questions.
Item number 7.
So you go to the 7.
Yes, item number 7. The gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy. The Honorable Ranking Member for the Finance Committee has provided some data. I want to find out from the Ranking Member if he shares the view, and this question relates to our ratings, which have plummeted. The worst ratings this country has ever received at the hands of the rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's. The president appears to suggest that we are being treated unfairly in his speech at the United Nations General Assembly. I want to find out from the Honorable Ranking Member regarding our downgrades. Is that a view he shares? Do you think that Africa is being treated unfairly by these rating agencies, and specifically Ghana?
The presupposes that we all know what the president said. What did the president say?
The president, in his address to the United Nations General Assembly, thought that the rating agencies, he was quite categorical, that they have not been fair to African countries. And he refers to Ghana's downgrade. So I want to find out if that's a view shared by the Ranking Member on the Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I personally think that the President is not probably getting the required briefs. I say this for simple reason that I think the rating agencies were late in the day in the downgrades, because I believe the market started reacting way before the rating agencies started acting. The market, in fact, downgraded us in their view beginning from November 2021 truth all the way to the time the rating agencies came on board. I've said publicly that the rating agencies were late in the day. In fact, on the very day that the government wrote to the Africa Union complaining about the ratings, subsequent to that, other rating agencies downgraded Ghana. Last week, I heard Fitch and the head of risk saying that in the coming months, they are preparing to downgrade Ghana further to RD. RD more or less means that default.
Mr. Chairman.
So that for me,
Mr. Chairman,
I don't share the
Mr.
same
Chairman,
view with the IMF.
with all due respect, this is not a committee for hearsay. You know, you can't go on a wild goose chase and be speculating. Please.
You see the reaction of your colleagues
that you heard.
Yeah, you know, so.
From where? Where is the record? There's not. No, you heard where?
No. You hear. Okay, so don't say you hear. So tell us what you want to tell us.
Mr. Chairman, I will never come to a committee like this of this structure and come and obviously speculate. I wouldn't do that. That is not in my DNA. I'm a gentleman, and I will never do that. Mr. Chairman,
so let's hear the other way.
Mr. Chairman, this is a statement from Fitch on their website. This is a statement that Fitch granted an interview to Bloomberg. They made that clear statement. I will not conjure it coming from, and they use the word they will be downgraded to RD. You can even Google it on Ghana Web or somewhere else. I'm sure they picked it from there. So they themselves. It's not coming from me. So it's coming. It is coming from Fitch, rating agency that government of Ghana has contracted.
We'll have a look. We'll have a look at it and see what it's worth. For what it's worth, yeah, we'll have a look at it.
Chairman, my final question.
They haven't downgraded us.
Honorable Ranking Member, earlier a colleague on this committee tried to create the impression that the delay in passing the e-levy is the cause of the current economic woes that we have been plunged into. Is that a view you share? What's your own appraisal?
Who said that?
The Honorable Minister said that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I disagree vehemently with that statement from our colleague, the Honorable Ejapa.
All right, you're giving your answer.
I say this for a simple reason that the e-levy policy was bound to fail. After it was passed, they couldn't generate the revenue.
I don't think it is fair when you answer the question to take us along the road.
No, but Mr. Chairman, if a question is asked, I should explain why I disagree.
We've taken your answer. You said you disagree.
So that I can give you the breakdown why I disagree.
That's fine. Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, sorry. Wait a minute. Yes, let's go to him. We'll come back to you. Let him. He's a bit upset. I want him to calm down. So let him go. Yeah, go on.
Thank you. Honorable, you put a figure on the screen. If I may be privileged to have, there was something that you said we had gotten to 80% of the GDP, and that the finance minister ought to have done something. I want that on the screen. My question is based on that. You're on there.
So
now,
honorable comment,
I think they are trying to put it up.
Okay, which of the items are you dealing with? No, in terms of the grounds.
Do I have to? I'm not a proponent of the motion, so I don't. No.
Well,
I want clarity from a statement that he made. And he was saying that I don't remember which round, but he has said that Ghana had gotten to 80. I think that was when he summed item 6. Yes, this is right. Honorable Atufo, please. With the greater respect, I believe you are the author of this document.
I am not the author of this document. This document is coming from Goldman Sachs Global Investment Research, and you can see it underneath it.
Okay. So this is somebody's. I do not appreciate the body that is giving this suggestion, but I would want to believe that you believe in this this paragraph that you have actually shown.
Of course, I believe in it.
And that if you were, for instance, a minister in charge, you could have gone by these suggestions. Is that your only reason why you think that the finance minister must be censored because he didn't go by what you ought to have done?
I'm sorry to say that that is not my only reason. We have given you 7 grounds. I have taken you through 4 grounds myself, and that cannot be the only reason. This is one of the reasons that I believe the Minister of Finance must go through the censure motion. I have said that if he had acted, Ghana wouldn't have been where we are today. And I've said that the problems we are facing, economic hardships that the country is going through, to the extent that our livelihood has been eroded, I believe that if we had acted back in the year 2021, Ghana wouldn't have been where we are. We could have remedied the situation. And that is why I put that graph out there.
Chairman, Honorable Anyumedu, I appreciate your question, but just to...
He hasn't put a question to you, Harun. He hasn't. You are completely out of order.
No, yes. We are together on debt.
No. Just go on. He's not protecting anybody. He's
no.
Not protecting anybody. Go, Harun.
No.
If not, you are dead yet. Let him finish.
There's a question on debt.
Yes. No, unfortunately, Honorable Katie Amon, I would say me peka sadudu.
Yeah, come on.
No, my tree is not good.
Go on.
Okay, you would agree with me that this suggestion, which you believe that it could have saved Ghana, is not the only suggestion on this earth to save the situation in which Ghana was. Your comments.
Thank you very much. When a country...
Chairman, so I have to contextualize this for the Honorable Atta to explain. You see, debt to GDP, we share our data. Chairman, in 2016, Ghana's debt to GDP was 55.6%. It increased to 55.5 or lower to 55.5 in 2017. In 2018, our debt to GDP was 57.6%. The explanation in 2018 why it was lowered was because the economy was rebased. They rebased the economy. 2019, debt to GDP 62.4%. 2020, 76.1%. 2021, 83%. And the World Bank is projecting that by 2022, it may be 104%. So we simply with this, yes, it may be his way of resolving it, are saying that the Honorable Minister for Finance have plunged Ghana into a debt crisis. With debt crisis allows us only to spend more on debt service. So by the time the Honorable Minister for Finance spends money on just 3 items, amortization and interest on loans and compensation, he exceeds his revenue. That again, Chairman, because it's a question we have to explain. When you take e-levy, as Honorable Mensah said, you see the problem with e-levy is that the minister had projected 6.9 billion as outturn for his revenue. He projected that into 2023 and to 2024 in medium-term expenditure framework for the budget. Where is that money going to come from when he's only making 416 or 500 million? And that's why the President of the Republic himself was concerned when he said that he wants to up revenue from 13% to 18%. Have we come or we have gone? When you are bringing e-levy, you say it will up revenue from 13 to 18%.
No one is succeeded in collapsing the e-levy. What did you expect?
No,
You never contributed to that, and you assisted the whole of the nation that we collapsed it. I asked the question. The question had not been answered, and other things had been said. Chairman, permit me to actually take him.
No, let him take me on. I'm ready. Thank you, Chairman.
Because he who does not believe in God, there is no need persuading him with Jesus. You had already said that ye levy, you wouldn't be part of it.
Yes, but I think heckling the witness is not something. He was heckling the witness.
Well, it's unfortunate that he wouldn't even let him complain. I'm not sure he answered the question that was meant for Atta. He hijacked it and wouldn't answer the question anyway. Let's see if Atta, can you try it again? Take it. It will come to you. As soon as he finishes, Mesa will come to you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ways to deal with debt overhang. When a country finds itself in an unsustainable debt situation, there are 5 ways you can deal with it. Number 1, you grow out of the debt. Obviously, Ghana is not in a position to grow out of the debt, so that is off the table. Number 2, inflate the debt away. As to whether we can inflate the debt away is impossible at this stage because of the nomenclature of Ghana's debt. It's not possible. Third option is for you as a country to consider repaying the debt through fiscal adjustment. Fiscal adjustment, and that is what I've put out there. That Ghana had a chance to repay the debt through fiscal adjustment. And the only way we could do is not to increase the expenditure or continue the fiscal recklessness. Or what we could have done at the time was to do fiscal consolidation. We failed to do that. Now the option left for us is either to go through fiscal repression, or probably to restructure our debt. So now, and no wonder people are talking of debt restructuring. The truth is, whether we like it or not, because we've missed this golden opportunity, people will have to get some form of haircut or some form of debt restructuring. That is what is happening.
Seem to have a whole input into the budget, into the IMF program, and all that. You seem to know quite a lot about it, don't you? Have you finished, Honorable?
But that's why he's a ranking member on finance.
I didn't know that he's contributing to the budget preparation, the IMF, whatever.
Yes, but he's on top of his brief so that he can represent the minority on financial matters.
Have you finished? Yes, Mesa.
Mr. Chairman, my name has been mentioned twice with respect to the point that I made on Parliament breaching Section 22 of the PFMA. And the point that I made really had nothing to do with the performance or the outturn of the e-levy. It has everything to do with what the law enjoined Parliament to do by a certain date, failing which we all knew there would be consequences. So the point I'm making is that to the extent that Parliament failed to pass the law by 31st December as enjoined by the law, okay, we knew that the ratings agencies were going to downgrade. But you cannot approve the budget, approve the appropriations, and fail to approve the revenue measures. That's the law.
No, respect for each other.
So
Parliament is not a rubber stamp.
We knew very well that there will be consequences.
You can't assume that anything you bring to Parliament will be approved.
That's the point. But you approved the budget.
Automatic.
No?
It's not automatic.
Was the budget approved or not? Was the appropriations approved or not?
We made clear that we were opposed to the levy. We made clear.
There's no question and answer series amongst us. You're all out of order. Doctor, were you going to say something? Yes, go on. Yeah, go on. And then rubber stamp.
Thank you, co-chairs. Can we please? If I may ask, on the issue, you mentioned a company, Jubilee Holding, as one company that's neither in the consolidated fund nor a subsidiary of the GMPC. Are there other companies that have come to your notice that are similar to this? Because you referred to, in point 3, illegal...
No. See, this is the point that we're making. They've been very specific. They are interested in a specific company.
Co-chair, please let me finish my question because you'll understand why I'm asking this.
Okay.
Illegal payments of oil revenues into offshore accounts, plural. It's not accounts. That's why I'm asking if you can provide us with more that will give some kind of supporting evidence to accounts being plural as opposed to one. That is the basis of my question.
JOHL thing to be a few accounts, not just one account, but the whole context is about the JOHL thing. That's how I've understood it. We have had this debate all along on the basis of that understanding. So I'm not sure that at this belatedly they are going to be able to say that it's a different account they are talking about.
Mr. Chairman, for clarity,
Yes.
I just want to say that it can be one company and multiple accounts.
Very
so one company can have 2 or 3 accounts. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it can be 2 companies. It's one company with
Very
multiple
well.
accounts.
So just for clarity, you're saying there's just the one company. There are no other companies like this. It was just the one that you made reference to.
GMPC has other subsidiaries like Exploco, but a week or 2 ago, if you were in the chamber, the Honorable Kwabena Donko and the chairman, that day it was a vice chairman of the Employment Committee, moved a motion on GMPC, and they listed the subsidiaries of GMPC in their report. In that report, there was no Jubilee Holding. Thank you.
This $100 million in particular had to do with Jubilee Holding in particular, not the other ones. That's why it's making reference to only the JN.
Mr. Chairman, can they be specific whether there was one account or 2 accounts? So in preparing to answer, we can respond appropriately.
No, we don't have to do that. He was clear. He said that we're talking about that money, but there might be a few accounts. We are looking at 100 million.
I think it's
if
important.
If the 100 million is found in 10 accounts, so be it. If it is in just one account, so be it. So we'll get some...
Yes, and Counsel, your client is alleged to have made the payments. He would appear before this committee, and I'm sure he can confirm how many accounts were involved in receiving the pay in the 100 million.
Go on.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. At some point in, elucidating your points, you mentioned that there was some kind of overspending when it came to the COVID budget. Would you be able to provide the committee with more details so that we can actually, look at this to be able to actually come up with a finding that we can report to the floor?
Yes.
Specifics.
Yes, we can provide you with further details on the COVID expenditure that we think it was over expenditure, and we think that it is part of the reason why
that
we are
extra
where
to
we are.
what you already alleged, or what?
No,
You're going to look for more.
No, we have. I mean, these are public information, so we can put them together.
So you pile on as we go along. You pile on more evidence. You pile on more evidence.
No, she asked for it. She asked for it whether I can.
No, but you see, I think you should also be fair to our colleague. You have been very clear in your stand that this is what you're looking at. She has asked you innocently that, well, would you be able to add some more?
So you want me to say no?
No. Be fair with her.
No, I'm fair. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I can.
Look around on a frolic of our own and look for some more.
If you want more, I'll give you more.
She hasn't said that. It's you saying that, yes, we'll go around and then fish for some more information and add. No.
With all due respect, the question from the Honorable Zanato Ajima Rollins was to the effect that, okay, did they have or can they give further particulars, with respect to the COVID expenditure? It was very specific. In addition to what they have alleged, no. That with all due respect, that can be supplied to this committee. It's public information.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, let me refer you to our rules, standing on the 67D, which applies to this committee's hearing on questions. 67(1)D. A question shall not be asked regarding proceedings in a committee which have not been placed before the House by a report from the committee. Mr. Chairman, the Speaker has constituted a special committee to look into the COVID expenditure. We are in the process of evaluating all the documents that my colleague Atta and the rest of members of the other committee has been tasked to do. I believe that we are in that process, and that question from my colleague ought not to be answered because that report, per this rule, has not yet been laid before the House, for which he will be sitting here to say that, oh, I have further evidence to what has been supplied or been requested of the committee.
No, with all due respect, are you done with your a submission. I think that you are, grossly mistaken in your reading of Order 67.1d. Order 67.1d relates to proceedings at plenary. In respect of which questions are being asked regarding proceedings of the committee that do not arise out of the report that has been laid before plenary. All right. In the course of the exercise of the investigative or inquiry power of a committee, that question is appropriate. The question that she has asked is appropriate because she's asking follow-up questions relating to information that may be made available to the committee so that we can make a fair determination of the matter that is the subject matter of the inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, where do you posit this question with regards to those grounds that they've enumerated in their proposition to this committee?
It is in the context of evidence that has been laid before this committee.
There are 7 of them.
Yes.
So where do you place it?
No, she's looking at item 7, gross mismanagement.
Gross mismanagement of what?
Of the economy. Honorable Patrick Boma, you have the grounds of the motion, don't you?
I do, but I'm at a loss as to where she wants to posit.
Whatever there is to put before, they have. That's my point. We already have what they have. We have enough of it. So it is all for them to go out based on the question that she's asked, for them to go fishing and to add more onto it. Go on your next. Doctor.
Chairman or co-chair, for me, the issue that I have, which is to do with our job here, if you're talking about mismanagement of an economy, it's not just an abstract concept. There are figures you speak to, and I'm simply asking for them to provide figures on some of the things that they have said. Because otherwise, our report...
I'm actually helping your point.
I
Some
know,
of the figures they themselves have made.
That's all I'm saying.
No problem at all.
Yes.
See, the impression is that they're going to look for some more, some extra
No,
whatever.
it's just
so, for what he has
to
said.
speak specifically.
Give us some evidence on some documents on
Mr.
what
Chairman,
has already been adduced. There's no
the
problem
minister
at all.
reported to the House and
Honorable
stated clearly that government spent 18.3 billion Ghana cedis on COVID. It's of public knowledge. So what again are we asking for?
Well, they have that figure, so they bring what's your worry?
Honorable Padiguama, what is the breakdown? Was there a breakdown?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
There was a debate on the floor. You spoke. I spoke after you. I recall vividly, Mr. Chairman.
But it doesn't mean that the committee cannot inquire into those matters. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in the 2021, Mr. Chairman, in the 2021 media review, page 100 and 101 has details of some of the COVID expenditures. Some, not all, but at least about majority of it. 2021 media review, page 100 and 101 has the details.
Yes. And then after that, Honorable Ahiefo.
Good. Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, on the issue of JOHL, I want to find out from the proponents whether they are aware that JOHL is a limited liability company.
Limited liability company, who are the directors and holders of it? Limited liability company. We are hearing you. Who are they? I'm aware that it was incorporated in 2021.
They are not aware.
Unless you are telling us.
Do we have an answer?
Yeah, I'm aware that when the Honorable Counsel for the Minister was here, Gabi, I warned him. He had a document before him. I told him my eyes are very fast. I'll chew it. So when he opened the first paragraph, I saw JOL incorporated in 2020. So I'm answering based on what
is that? What is that?
I wasn't aware until I read from him.
So you read it. What did you glean from it?
I read from him. I kept warning him that don't put your document before my eyes.
All right.
He did.
So that's fine. So what is the answer? You are aware that it's a limited liability company?
From what I read from him, he provided an answer that it was incorporated in JOH.
What is getting the 630? Even the minority leader wouldn't behave the way you are behaving.
So limited liability company, our concern is with whose approval did you take money meant from the Petroleum Holding Fund into that limited liability company? Who are the owners of that limited liability company? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for your information, I think our grounds has nothing to do with the company. Our grounds has to do with the amount of money that they do not hit the Petroleum Holding Fund, but ended up in a particular account. That's our grounds.
Okay. Okay. So it's confirmed. It's confirmed before this committee.
You can only
the Honourable Mesa.
Yes.
It's confirmed before this committee that Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited is a limited liability company. Can you now proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the proponents whether they are aware that the shareholder of that limited liability company is GMPC.
I won't know. I didn't incorporate it. And if it is GMPC, absolute, or there are others. Is it 100% GMPC? I wasn't to answer questions.
You are asking the question, or you are saying that you don't know?
He says it's own limited liability owned by GMPC.
He asks you, are you aware?
As I live here,
I take it that he's not aware.
No, as I live here, I'll go to Registrar General and profile
to your next question.
Jubilee Holding. Thank you.
Chairman, I want to find out from the proponents that if it is established that JOHL is a limited liability company which is 100% owned by GMPC, and that JOHL is the entity that owns the 7% stake in the Jubilee and 10 fields, they still will hold the same view that the revenue that accrues to JOHL.
Governor, look a minute. Wait, listen to us. 1 second. No. We're not going to answer any of that. Does it help? Because the two of us were conferring. We think it will be fair to get GMPC here. So can we hold on this and for GMPC to come and deal with the JHO matter? So if we can
Chairman,
just leave it.
You see, the import of my line of questioning, that it seems to me, because I have the work program of GMPC that was submitted to Parliament and duly approved. In that document, GMPC, in fact, disclosed to Parliament that in October 2021, they had acquired a subsidiary company by name.
That's why we think that we've got to get them here and then put it to
Chairman,
them.
my point is this. It seems to me that a wrong premise has been set with a view to embarrass and nothing more. That's why I'm going where I'm going.
Well,
so that if it is clear.
I also raised the matter. I raised the matter whether they were aware that GMPC has something to do with this, and we left it hanging like that because I think we had agreed that we get GMPC to come and sort this matter out. So
you want to invite GMPC to come and respond to this
coming
question?
to deal with
the person who has been accused of paying sums of money outside the jurisdiction is the finance minister.
We appreciate that.
Not GMPC.
We appreciate that.
And so it's important for us to, please, Mr. It's important for us to establish whether indeed and in fact the minister has directed or even made payments outside the jurisdiction in the first place.
By the time we get to the minister's response, this matter would have resolved.
Very well.
And then, Honourable Co-Chair, I think the Honourable Mesa was impugning.
Chairman, I withdraw.
Yes,
I withdraw.
I think you should withdraw. You should withdraw. Yes. To say that they had an intention to embarrass.
There
is a motion before the House.
I duly withdraw.
Please.
So you don't have to belabor it. I've withdrawn, and I apologize.
Yes.
He's apologized. You don't accept that there's an element of embarrassment in all of this?
Well,
yes or no? Yes or no?
It is against the rules, right? Practices and conventions of Parliament to impugn ill motives. Member who made a point on the floor.
Yeah, thank you.
I have, in all humility.
No, you withdrawn it, so we don't believe it. We don't believe it.
Anybody?
It looks like it's done.
Thank you for withdrawing. Yes.
Okay.
Honourable Anyepo.
You are the last one.
indication is that it passed 6, so I have to hurry up with my question.
No, you don't have. In fact, you do better by not asking at all.
Yes, the proponents of the motion. I understand you to be saying simply that the success of a country never lies not in falling, but rising each time there is a fall. You have stated in ground 6 and 7, respectively, that the finance minister is incompetent. He has mismanaged the economy. Earlier this morning, they brought a letter requesting for particulars. Can you tell the committee specifically what the finance minister ought to have done that he failed to do? In other words, what he has done that he ought not to have done, that resulted in the incompetence and the mismanagement of the economy.
I'm not sure you are entitled to take us right back to the beginning of all that proceedings. No. Not that it's been explained. As they went along, they explained to us repeatedly, ad nauseam, explained to us why this and that, and repeatedly, as far as he was concerned, why he was incompetent. I kept asking him, that was your view, that was this and that and that. So why are you taking us back? So that's why I told you that when it's 6:30, you don't have
Mr. Co-Chair, if what they have given us satisfied
doesn't satisfy anything.
Ground.
Their view. No, it doesn't satisfy. It's their view. Go on.
If they are satisfied with item number 5,
who is
on
satisfied
their letter,
with that? Who is satisfied?
I am okay.
Who is satisfied? No. Don't leave us hanging like that. Who is satisfied with what?
There was a letter specifically requesting for particulars. And I am asking a question pertaining to ground 6 and 7.
We are saying that all along they made a statement to the effect to what they think is the incompetence. We accept that. But now you are saying that if we are satisfied, that the committee is satisfied that there's some incompetence here, or who is satisfied?
No.
That is their view.
No.
The finance minister will come and explain whether...
If you are satisfied that
who is
the
satisfied?
answers given complies with the full question for.
You're out of order. It's okay. Any more questions? Okay. Yes.
Honorable members, any more questions to the two witnesses?
Well, it's fine. No more questions.
Oh, don't worry. All right. The Honorable Minority Leader and the Honorable Ranking Member on Finance, the Honorable Members of the Committee, the Honorable Members of the Committee have indicated that they do not have any further questions for you. There will be no questions from either myself or my co-chair, the Honorable K.T. Hammond. There is only one outstanding issue with respect to reference that was made to the special audit report.
Before forget, you recall that along the line we referred the Ansah of June to counsel for this thing to clear with his client if they appreciate what's in there. I think we almost gloss over. Yes, counsel, what do you have to say about that?
Honorable K.T. Hammond, I was on the floor with respect to that audit report, and I think I must insist.
We'll come back to it.
Okay.
We'll come back to it. We made a ruling on it. If you are going to overrule my ruling, we'll deal with
that.
No,
I didn't intend to overrule.
So let's listen to.
As a matter of committee procedure, I thought that we should take.
I understand that. Let's listen to counsel, and then we'll take it from there. Yes. That we refer to him. We'll come back to him. I'm tired, actually. Yes, go on.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the Ansah of 22nd June 2022, specifically from pages 116 to, I believe, 123. The question was laid by Theresa Ladi, and the specific question to be answered by the Minister of Finance was this. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Finance how much was raised in total from government bonds since 2017, who the transaction advisors and book runners were since 2017, and how much was paid to each of the transaction advisors and book runners since 2017. And the question, the names that came up, there were 9 institutions at least, including Stanbic Bank, EcoBank, Absa Bank, GCB Bank, Car Bank, Fidelity Bank, IC Securities, Data Bank, and Blackstar Brokerage. Now, all the details I haven't gone through to be able to say that this percentage or this amount was.
That really has nothing to do with the conflict of interest point at all.
So I will get there. I will get there because a number was mentioned here as having specifically gone to Data Bank. And I'm saying that I haven't done the calculation to tell you. But what I can say, and I go back to my point, that there was no specific question or mention of conflict of interest. The minister was asked for information, facts and figures regarding bonds issued. And in this case, so I think if we're going to create a link between the two, as in the minister being called to ask questions, to answer questions on bonds, with the minister facing a vote of censure, where specifically one of the allegations is to do with conflict of interest, then my submission is that, respectfully, that matter, as to where that matter can be properly.
We'll get you. We'll deal with that in relation to the constitutional point you raised. Thank you very much.
It's charged.
Okay.
The Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Yeah.
Council, just
No, you are not following. No. That what? Sorry, what did I say? I asked him to. We gave him the document to clear with his what's the name? The finance minister. So we
Chairman,
Harun.
Chairman,
Please stop it.
You heard him.
No, I haven't heard him. I'm speaking, and you also speaking. What did you do?
Yeah. So Council.
Yeah. So we asked him to clarify with his client. He's come up to tell us his view. So what's the problem, Aruna?
Chairman, you have to be a little patient. As he read the answer, continue to be.
As I would have sacked you from this place already.
In his answer, he mentions.
This is my field today.
Data Bank.
You can't have the whole house to yourself when we get there.
Barclays,
today is my day.
Blackstar. So that excited our interest on conflict of interest to see whether it bordered on ethical or unethical conduct. We are not conclusive. So some of these questions, for instance, we've already filed a question for the Minister of Finance to answer on pensions. Don't overrate what we know. We only ask to get official confirmation for our purposes in saving this country. So we've already filed a question for the Minister of Finance to answer a question on pensions. We know something, but we want to be sure. So I just wanted to contextualize it. But
as I said, we will discuss that in context of the constitutional point that he raised.
Yeah, Council, are you aware that from the Ansah report, payments were made to Data Bank? You are aware of that?
It is obvious.
Very well.
Among others. Yeah.
Among others.
Yeah.
All right. And the finance minister stands in a relationship with Data Bank, does he not?
Finance minister is a co-founder of Data Bank.
Okay.
And he's not the first finance minister to be a founder of a bank.
Well, that is a historical fact.
But he founded it before.
Very well.
He became
very well.
minister.
What about the resignations? I read something about his resignation.
Okay, can I land? It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important.
What about is he still a member? Whatever.
He resigned, I believe, in 2014 or 2012.
Yeah, but he's a shareholder, is he not? Oh, no, counsel, please. You made a constitutional objection based upon the content. Content. Okay.
You're not aware of the full facts on that.
Respectfully,
yes.
I am saying that there's nothing wrong with Parliament asking a Minister of Finance about
payments made to his company. Very well.
But in this particular instance, the charge or allegation or ground for his removal through the process of vote of censure is specifically about conflict of interest. I think let's not try to.
I think we had enough of this. Yes. We had enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So what? That's done. Now let's. What next? What follows?
So
Sorry. Well, forgive me. So when maybe I said it instinctively. So what? If I repeat, what I mean then is that what is that? Yeah.
What
so
next?
What is that next?
What
so
next? Yeah. Yes. The Auditor General.
What are you saying
about his? I mean.
I ruled it out. What are you saying?
Well, it must be ruled in.
So you are telling Chairman what to do?
No.
When I talk about modern day young men, everybody is upset with me. Look at that.
These
Your
are.
uncle makes a ruling. The forum as important as this, and you want to overrule
Unfortunately.
How are you going to get this back in? How are you going to get it back in? No, we didn't agree with you. No, who didn't agree? The chairman. Okay. Let's get this right. When the chairman rules, he doesn't need the agreement of the entire body. It is the co-chairman. Now, I talked to the co-chairman. I thought he agreed, and we ruled it out. Why is the co-chairman coming back?
I hadn't agreed before we rose. As I said. I said.
No, I didn't think I was.
Yes.
But if he says, wait a minute. No.
It's important because they answered questions on it.
If he now says that it was unilateral, what does he intend to do now? You see, we'll face we'll make a big header because I am rude. He said he didn't rule. I got 3 of them here. We are 4. You got 3 of you here. We are 4. You are 4. What are we going to do?
Well, we take a vote.
How do you take that vote?
We'll take a vote.
All right. I go your vote and let me hear you.
Very well. Before we take the vote, you want to make a point?
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity revisiting.
Sammy, that's the point. That's the point. What is it that, because the point, one second, the point that we're making was that consistently they were arguing that we stand the risk of continuously adding to the list. We already have 17, and so we said, why do you 18 of the items that so. We said that, in fact, they themselves didn't have this.
But already, on the list, we have Auditor General reports.
What is it in there that you want to?
We have Auditor General reports. This is an Auditor General's report.
Go on, show us the point.
I made reference to page 34 and 35.
What is in there?
About the recoveries that have been made. The 4% in wrong pockets. The Auditor General has managed to retrieve
in wrong pockets.
2.2 billion.
In wrong pockets, not in the finance minister's pocket.
Diversions. Well, the finance ministry is here, 1.6 billion.
Not in the finance minister's pocket.
I haven't, for the finance ministry, it's here as 1.6 billion.
So, yes, the Auditor General is made some money for the state. Is that the point?
The Auditor General confirms the fiscal recklessness we are talking about, the malfeasance, the diversions, the corruption. So, Auditor General's report is in the list of reports that have been presented by the proponents. Why can't we add this?
You want to mark it as what?
Yes, let's add it.
Hand it over to the clerk and mark it as
Thank you very much.
Give me. Mark it, and then the minister would answer for himself. He can talk.
Yeah. The microphones are on. Please. I think that if the Auditor General makes a report, this report is not against the finance minister specifically. The Auditor General can make report, and that is his duty. He makes it every year. he recoups monies that go into wrong hands. Except we want to say that every item,
is responsible for that.
Is responsible. Otherwise, I do not see.
I'm happy to put it in there.
No, that's the import of what you are saying.
Yeah, put it in there. That's fine.
The Auditor General had made a report.
Honorable members. At this stage, the evidence has been laid. Whatever probative value we attach to that evidence is left for the committee. So that is why I think it's important.
The evidence has been laid by.
The evidence has been led by the proponents of the motion, and honourable members in asking questions are entitled to refer to documents in the public domain published by this republic.
And if it's irrelevant?
No, why do you say it's irrelevant? You are saying that it's irrelevant.
Means the finance minister
so
on this.
Okay, so make you. Well, so you can put
enough. We can't be shouting across like that. Yes, completely.
Well, I was saying that if the honourable member is minded to have the committee rule on the admissibility of the evidence, he's entitled to put a motion on the floor. You are entitled to make a motion on the floor for us.
Honourable Imadu, for what it's worth, let's put it in there. He made 2 points. The probative value of it is significant.
Yes.
Let's put it in there. We'll see what it's worth. It's fine. It might not be worth anything as far as this contest is concerned. All right. So,
okay. So the honourable minority and the honourable ranking member on finance, I think you've.
No, I don't think they need to take their leave yet because we've got to decide on our next steps. If we have to get them back here, they need to know.
No, the clerks will communicate to them.
Okay.
If we need to get them back here.
Okay.
Yes. So you are discharged from the committee. And thank you very much for the time you have spent with us and for the evidence that you have placed before the committee in service of the Republic of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council will be here with us. We thank you very much. He will be coming back with the finance minister when he's giving evidence. We'll make a determination with respect to the time that you appear before us.
Mr. Chairman, we were told that we'll be given time to prepare, and considering all the documents and evidence that were being thrown in as the proceedings were going on, we would wish to request for 48 hours to allow the finance minister to study the documents and all the evidence before this committee.
Entirely proper. It's entirely proper. Yes. It's finished. He said it was 48 hours. 48 hours is Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah. And
come on, with all the evidence that we had, give them 48 hours.
172. We would want. Is it our understanding that they have finished? Yeah. Okay. And you will still rule on the round one. Okay. And when should we expect a response from you on that?
We will do that before we leave here.
Tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
On the constitutional point, we would rule on that before we leave. Yes.
Okay. But we require at least 48 hours.
What's your reckoning of the 48 hours?
48 hours should mean that, what's today?
Today is Tuesday.
Yes, says we are looking at Friday.
No. So we have tomorrow 24 hours. Yeah. No, wait a minute. 48 hours. Let's do the mathematics right. Have you forgotten your mathematics? No, I haven't. 48 hours. Tomorrow is 24. Mm-hmm. And then Thursday is another 24, 48. So we're talking about Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Council, the last day, we've been given 7 days.
Yeah.
All right. And the last day, is Friday.
Yes.
So we don't have, the Speaker's permission to give an extension beyond the 7 days.
We could. I mean, we could go to the Speaker and...
No, that would require moving a motion on the floor, right?
What's the problem with that?
Well, we believe we can... The Finance Minister, who will speak for himself,
Yeah.
We believe we need just one day for the finance minister to make his submissions. Yeah.
Well, if
So
that,
we can
if that
finish
is
that on
so,
Friday.
can we have you on Thursday at 11, so that we give ourselves?
Yeah.
What about 2 o'clock?
Thursday may be a bit of a stretch. This is a serious committee. A lot of serious allegations have been made.
Friday seems to be fine.
Friday.
We'll talk about this. Yeah, we'll talk about this. Because see, the whole idea of coming here, moving this to committee, is to give the minister ample time to scrupulously deal with the issues confronted with. So I think Friday, Mr. Let's Thursday or Friday? Friday.
Friday morning.
Yes.
In that case, we'll meet earlier. We'll meet earlier so that, yes. So instead of 11, we can meet at 9 or 10.
No, 10.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
All right. And Honorable Finance Minister, thank you for attending upon the committee with your technical team. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll draw the proceedings of the committee to a close for today. Thank you very much, members of the media. Yes, and we are not going to answer questions,
GTV, the authentic and trusted voice of Ghana.
From September 1st, Ghana is going 100% paperless at the ports.
Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty in that right. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana. Amen.
Thank you very much, Doc. For those of you who have joined us today, in the course of our debates and deliberations on the floor of the House, and when we came here on the Tuesday, a matter arose which related to issues raised by PIAC, which also relates to GMPC. So we accordingly decided that both of these institutions, PIAC and GMPC, should be invited to share some light on the matter. That's the reason why we invited these two institutions. But Mr. Chairman, bear with me before we kick the ball right into action. It's a couple of housekeeping matters I would want to address, and then I would let you set the ball rolling. On the Tuesday when we met, I got to know on the Wednesday that a few matters appeared in the press, and they specifically relate to me. I would want to address this matter so that nobody is under any illusions what the issues are. See, those of you of the press, it's good that you disseminate information, you let the world know what is happening, because clearly without you, the rest of the world wouldn't know what is going on. But I also expect that by undertaking your job, you have a very serious responsibility to present the facts as they are. Skewing matters don't help anybody. And sometimes too, I think it is incumbent on you to read the language of the speaker right and present it accurately to the public. Two instances I would want to address. I was reported, maybe wrongly, on the front pages of a lot of papers a couple of weeks back that I said I was fighting at the garage, the filling stations. The word I used was that a third world war almost broke out. When you reported it, you forgot that I wasn't a street fighter. You said I almost fought. But that was because I was complaining that prices of petroleum products that had been hiked so much that it affected everybody. And I had gone there to buy and to pay, and I felt the pain, and I told the whole world. Maybe to the credit of Joy, they juxtaposed the two, what I was supposed to have said the last time and what you reported that I said yesterday, on the Tuesday. On the Tuesday, I did not make any such categorical pronouncement as to whether I buy fuel or I don't. You should be able to distinguish various segments of what anybody speaks. Any sentence should be able to be broken down to its minutiae to be clear what the person is saying. Our colleague, the minority leader, Haruna Idris, asked a rhetorical question if Ghanaians or those of us in the room were buying or were not buying fuel. So I said sarcastically that, well, I wasn't buying fuel because I didn't have a car. Since when did that become news? I would have thought that clearly somebody, funny enough, my colleague here, Sami, was clear in his mind. He said to me, I bet you they will pick up this and make a story out of it. Look at him nodding his head. He said, yeah, because he said it. I said to him, Sami, why would they do that? He said, I know they will do it. And that's unfair. When I had gone out there and told the whole world that I buy fuel and we do this, I made that comment, and it's all over the place. Joy was, well, the Kenyan said this the last time. Today he said that which is with does he or he doesn't. That wasn't that bad. But the other papers and the other ones are making an emphatic statement that he says he doesn't buy. Well, let's get it on record. Members of Parliament buy fuel. We don't have any coupons, we don't have rebates, we don't have anything. We're suffering the same way every Ghanaian is suffering. We appreciate it. It's been put on record many times. We all know what is going on. It doesn't matter that anybody is running away from. We are all in it together. How we get out of it is also in the hands of all of us. So let's get the reportage fairly right. Now, what is upsetting me, though, it's not so much about this. It's about your tricks, about your recordings and the cameras and whatever, the kind of things that you do. Well, for those of you who don't know, I am capable of independent thinking and intelligent articulations of my independent views. For somebody to have thought that somebody in the the gallery was in a position to influence my questioning and my thinking of the day, it is said that it is atrocious and unfair. It's patronizing. It's insulting my intelligence. I mean, if you recall, just when it all started, I switched on my phones. The next moment, along the line, 1 minute, I'll finish in a minute. This is important to me. Let me put it on record. The next moment, a matter came up. But I had a quick recollection that I think I know about this matter. So I quickly opened my phone, had a good look at it, and then made a comment. I wasn't making an allegation. I was making a comment reflecting what had been sent to me. We make our own independent research. We're entitled to do that. I had on the 6th of November been sent a message from America explaining that there had been a bond attracting the issues that I raised on that day. It struck me that that was there, and I wanted to bring it up for my colleague Atta to discuss. Somehow, I'm later told that somebody in there was flashing some phone, whatever, and was directing me. And you positioned it such that you could see that a person was angling towards me, and I was quickly reading something. And so it was somebody dictating to Katie Hammond's brains. Ghana Web has the effrontery to write that immediately after that, Katie Hammond was then asking critical questions of Atta Forson. That's completely unfair, and you do me outrageous injustice. I require an apology from you. Thank you very much. It's my colleague. You know, everybody's getting upset about this. He just told me, I should tell you, I showed it to him before we read all those things on the following day. It was recorded, sent to me on the 6th of November. The same document, he read it, and you know, you should be careful the way you do. We have reputations. Be very careful. I mean, somebody dictated to Katie Hammond. I mean, is it fair? I mean, you say all the things you say about me, they insult me a lot and all of that. That's all my business. But at least say what I say, record what I do. I mean, those things are pretty helpful.
Honorable Katie, I think that is well said. Now, Clerk, are we ready to swear the witnesses in? Huh? Okay. Now, you are representatives of PIAC, right? And PIAC is the Public Interest and Accountability Committee set up under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Okay. First of all, introduce yourselves. Or do you want them to be sworn in first? Let them introduce. Oh? Okay, so please, let's swear them in. Swear them in first. Yes, yes.
Please repeat after me. I, Nasser Alpha Muhammad, swear by Almighty Allah,
swear by the Almighty Allah,
that the evidence I shall give, before this committee, touching the matter in issue, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah. Yeah, you can take.
Yeah. So, are you all giving evidence before this committee, or you have one representative who will be testifying before the committee?
Wait a minute. Maybe I can clarify. I misled him. He said he was a lawyer and he was going to be the main speaker, but I thought he would need helpers, so they are just giving him moral support.
So if they are not testifying, if they are there to give you information relevant to your evidence, then we don't need to swear them in, unless they are directly testifying before the committee.
Mr. Man, just for clarification, actually, I'm a member of the Public Interest and Accountability and the Vice Chairman. The two of them are managers of the Secretariat. We have the coordinator and then the technical manager. The directive I want to have from you is whether you are okay with Secretariat staff testifying on this matter. Otherwise,
do they have any input into this document? They have any input into this?
Of course.
They
yes.
do?
Yes, of course.
Well, if they do,
sorry.
Yeah.
So the Secretariat is technical wing of the PIAC. The report that is the subject matter of the information that you are going to testify to is a report of the committee.
Yes, of the committee.
And not of the Secretariat. All right. So they don't have any input. I mean, they are technical people. They can advise you on technical matters.
Exactly.
But the committee owns the report,
yes.
doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So on that, I think you should be testifying. And if you have any reason to consult them for information, you can do so. We'll allow you to consult them.
That's fine.
But in terms of the testimony, you are testifying before the committee, and they are not members of the committee.
Thank you.
Okay. Very well. Honorable members, is that in order? Okay. Very good. So you want to start now?
Yes. Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. I've already explained. This matter is come up. Introduction of ourselves. Who did it the first time? You still want to be introduced? Member of Parliament from where? Huh? I wasn't talking to you actually. I wasn't. I was talking to the other one. I know your constituency very well. We concluded. We're not going to do that. Yes, I've already introduced that topic. The last time when we met, this matter came up that some monies relating to Jubilee lifting appears to have found its way not into the proper constitutional channel. We were made aware that you had written something about it. Specifically what they call the Jubilee let me say it, you're already nodding your assent. You should be careful you don't start contributing before the chairman or the middle one starts contributing. I'm talking about the right winger, so hold your breath. Okay, so let us understand, what is it that you reported about this? What is it that you know about that particular item? Some monies that were paid into whatever the lifting and went to where, what is it that you know about it?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, somewhere in 2013, in 2021, particularly in our 2021 annual report, the committee reported, if you look at chapter 3 of that report, under paragraphs 3.1.1.
2021?
Yes, our annual report 2021.
January to December?
Yeah, the page is page 11. Under GPC acquisitions, if you look at paragraph 3.1.1.1.
No, wait a minute.
2021 annual report.
Is that this?
Because I can't.
Yeah, but this is January to December 2021. Is that right?
Yeah, that should be right.
And you're talking about page 11.
Yes, please.
And we should look at what? It's a table, kind of.
No. Which one? We are talking about the printed version. Maybe, I don't know.
Chair, are you referring to the annual report or the half-year report?
The annual report, PIAC 2021 annual report.
This is the annual report.
This is the annual report, January to December.
Yes.
But this is 11. This is what we have here.
Put off your mic. Anytime you are not speaking, put off your mic. Okay.
Let me
Okay, so honorable members, I think the confusion is as a result of the fact that our clerk downloaded directly from your site. Okay, so in terms of the organization, that one is different from the one that was published. Okay, so you are referring to the published
I borrowed one, yeah. So
I mean the hard copy, not the electronic one on your site. Okay, and you said
page 11. No, we'll hand it over. It's okay. We'll hand this and we'll take it around. Let's see the point. Go on, show us the one, and then we'll see what. Yeah.
Honourable members, you can, from the one that you are having, you can look at the one that we downloaded from the website, page 19.
Yeah.
That's it?
Okay.
Okay, so which point?
Yes, so, Mr. Chairman, I was referring to paragraph 3.1.1.1. Yes. And then we reported that...
No, it's fair for you to read out. It's just a short paragraph, so read out, let's hear you.
Okay. Right. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may read.
Yes, we're listening. I thought you referred us to paragraph 3.1.1.1.
Yes, that's page 11.
Sure.
They're down there, right. So, Mr. Chairman, this was what we reported. In line with GNPC's strategy to increase its stake in viable oil blocks, the corporation acquired a 7% interest from Occidental Petroleum and a Dalco WCTP company in respect of the company's Deepwater Tunnel West Cape 3-point assets for 119 million United States dollars effective 1st April 2021. The acquisition is to be transferred to GNPC Exploco to 5.950% and 6.04% production interest in the Jubilee and 10 fields, respectively, for GNPC. Mr. Chairman, in respect of that, that was. This acquisition, as we indicated, was to be transferred to GNPC Exploco, and I've indicated the percentage that to be transferred. Mr. Chairman, following that acquisition, which was later ceded to GNPC's subsidiary, 100% subsidiary, the Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, JOHL made its first lifting, 944,164 barrels of oil on the Jubilee field in the first half of 2022. Mr. Chairman, an amount of 100,748,907.95 million United States dollars, which was reported realized from the lifting, was not paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, as required by law. And Mr. Chairman, on this, PIAC relies on Section 6 and 7 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may make reference. Mr. Chairman, under sections, please, 6, 7 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
Six and 7, you said?
Yes.
Yes, go on. 6.
Mr. Chairman, under 6, the following shall constitute the gross receipts of the Petroleum Holding Fund. A, royalties from oil and gas.
No, wait a minute. What are we looking at? Petroleum. Go on.
Mr. Chairman, we have established that they have not paid that quantum of money into the PHF, and in our view, that is contrary to law. And we are trying to establish why we held the view that it was contrary to law.
Wait a minute. What section are we looking at?
Section 6, Petroleum Holding Fund of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act.
Section 6 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act?
Yes.
Which year?
2011.
Section 6?
Yes.
Can you? Yeah. Well, Chair, per my document, he's right. That's what I had. The head notice, Petroleum Holding Fund receipts, Section 6. And then 7 deals with carried and participating interest. So we are adding them. I don't know why you are having difficulties.
For a lawyer, you should also be reminding us of the, that's right, my colleague told me, as amended. You should be telling us about the amendment.
Yes.
This is the amendment introduced into the Act, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, if you look at Section 6, if you look at the Amendment Act,
yes,
it doesn't appear the portion I'm about to read was amended.
Well, in that case, the original Section 6 doesn't read what you are reading.
It's exactly what I'm about to read. I have not even started.
Did you not say that the following, whatever. You didn't say that?
No, yeah, I said the following shall constitute. That's the original section 6, actually.
That's part of the original section 6.
Yes.
Doctor, my eyes, I'm not sure. Let's have a look at this because
where is the amendment?
not talking about the amendment. It's talking about the main act, which is
Mr. Chairman, actually, section 6 was not amended at all. It was not amended at all.
Well, okay. Well, let's listen to what you have. Then we'll take it from there and see.
And Alpha.
Yes.
Anytime you're not speaking, put up your mind. Okay. Please. Okay. All right. So go ahead.
Section 6, Petroleum Holding Fund receipts. Shall constitute gross receipts of the Petroleum Holding Fund. A, royalties from oil and tanks, surface rentals, other receipts from any petroleum operations, and from the sale or export of petroleum. B, any amount received from direct or indirect participation of the government in petroleum operations. Mr. Chairman, in respect of this particular provision, we want to underline direct or indirect. Mr. Chairman, C, corporate income taxes in cash from upstream and midstream companies. D, any amount payable by the National Oil Company as corporate income tax, royalty, any other amount due in accordance with the laws of Ghana. And E, any amount received by government directly or indirectly from petroleum resources not covered by paragraphs A to D, including, where applicable, capital gains tax derived from the sale of ownership, exploration, development, and production rights. Mr. Chairman, again here, we want to underline the capital gains tax issue because it will arise. Mr. Chairman, this is the provision of Section 6. The provision that was amended by Amendment Act 2015 at 893. And essentially, it substitutes a whole new provision. The new provision reads, with your permission, Mr. Chair. Section 7 enactment is amended by the substitution for 7 of carried and participated from the of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carried and participating interest. We would like us to underline especially participating interest. In participating interest shall be paid into the petroleum holding fund. Mr. Chairman, it was the consideration of the committee that, contrary to Section 6E, (2018), Act 815, capital gains tax was not assessed and collected by the Ghana Authority in the sale of the 7% interest by Anadaco in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2021. Mr. Chairman, the committee did not rest. We wrote to the GRA, both the GRA and the Ministry for Finance, for responses on this issue. Mr. Chairman, in its written response to PIAC on the matter, the Ghana Revenue Authority referred the committee to Ministry of Finance, indicating that the ministry was exclusively in charge of the transaction. And the Ministry of Finance, in turn, referred the committee to the Ghana Authority for answers. Mr. Chairman,
they referred you to this, they also referred you to another one. Did you check with the other one?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, actually, what happened is the way we do our reporting, we write, we tease out the issues that we think ought to be addressed, and then we channel questions to the various duty bearers that ought to work on that issue, and then we get their responses. Now, when we did this, we did it simultaneously. But when the responses, normally we have what we call validation of our report. So when we call all the stakeholders to the validation meeting, that is where those issues are raised. There are conflicting responses in respect of each organization. And yes, when they came, because the written responses were there, no one can deny, because you have written.
No, please, bear with me, follow me.
Yes.
You mentioned about non-payment of some figure. Yes. You referred to what you thought, your committee thought was the appropriate authority.
Yes.
They referred you to another institution. The other institution referred you to a third one.
No, it's the other institution, the first institution that referred us to them.
Yes, right. So ultimately, you went back to the last one, and what happened?
No, ultimately, we had a validation meeting of all representatives.
Those who should be knowledgeable about that particular
Ministry
matter.
for Finance and GRA, including all other stakeholders, were brought to a validation
What was
meeting.
the outcome in respect
So
of
the
this
outcome
matter?
was that the letters spoke for themselves.
And that money wasn't to be paid?
Of course, from the indication, that was why we recommended that we made a finding that this was wrong and ought to have been done.
Do you now know whether it has been paid or hasn't been paid?
Mr. Chairman, it's clear that it has not been paid. It has not even been assessed in the first place.
That's...
Yes. It has not even been assessed in the first place, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so it was the recommendation of PIAC that the proceeds of liftings by JOHL should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Here we are talking about the amount in excess of the 100 million United States dollars. It was the recommendation of PIAC that those proceeds should be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, as the committee is convinced that the proceeds form part of Ghana's petroleum revenues. Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, like we indicated, the committee took a lot of things into consideration in arriving at this conclusion. Now, the portions of the act that I referred to, Section 6 and the amended version of Section 7, they both indicate clearly that even revenues accruing to the Republic from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic shall first and foremost be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, it is the considered view of the committee that it matters not that other issues may be introduced into the whole conversation. What matters for us, our understanding of the law, is that the PRMA is the primary law that governs the utilization, management of petroleum revenues. And it says that any revenue accruing to the state, whether directly or indirectly, should first be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. Mr. Chairman, we also know that GNPC is the primary commercial arm of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum activities. And so when this happens, we are dealing with GNPC per se. If you look at the whole JOHL transaction, it is GNPC that undertook those transactions. So our position as a committee, Mr. Chairman, is that that lifting, whether it is lifted by 100% subsidiary of GNPC or not, ought to come first in the Petroleum Holding Fund, from where disbursements can be made for whatever reason. So, Mr. Chairman, our position on that matter is clear. Of course, for purposes of disclosure, the GNPC referred us to an advice from the Attorney General Department purporting to okay such a transaction in the nature and manner that they dealt with this issue. Mr. Chairman, we are happy to say that we did not come to this conclusion without recourse to that particular advice.
Bear with me, just once again. Yes, you did not come to your conclusion lightly without but did you have a good look, comprehensive look at about all the laws? You seem to be talking about the Petroleum Management Act, the HO, whatever. Did you read the GMPC laws and all those? GMPC has got specific laws. They got PNDC law 64. They got GMPC law, whatever. No. Yes. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Mr. Chairman,
we know about the advert. We got copies, so don't worry.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah, I've got a copy. I'll share with you. Yeah. So I was asking, GMPC has got its law, GMPC law 64, 83. Did you read all those things? Did you take them into account?
Mr. Chairman, we did.
And your mind was
yes.
clearly made up that
yes.
There seems to be some breach of law here.
Mr. Chairman, our mind was clearly made up that those monies ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues.
Just a second. Chairman, I want to believe we are looking at paragraph 3 of the proponent's motion. I want to believe that. And it reads, illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. I want to believe that he's speaking to that and he's demonstrating that.
Very well, yes.
I want to believe so.
That is the ground we are dealing with. So let's.
Is that what we are dealing with?
Mr. Chairman, the position of PIAC in our report did not extend to specifically making references to the constitutional violations per se. So in the way and manner in which the ground is formulated, it will not be accurate for me to say that we are speaking directly.
Well, you're right. I don't think we need to trouble you on that. Yeah, So you are explaining to us. Yeah, sure. You are explaining to us what you have put in your document.
Yes.
So it's fair. Yes,
exactly.
Just go on with that.
Yes.
Well, you started the questions already. You want to thank me? What is that supposed to mean?
Let's leave those ones and. Yeah, Alpha, please continue and finish with your testimony.
So respectfully, Mr. Chair, so what happened was we considered that opinion thoroughly. We explored all the laws, in our opinion, that border around this issue, and still came an independent opinion, which we stand by on any day, that those revenues ought to have formed part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana and ought to have been deposited first in the Petroleum Holding Fund and not any other account. So for us, it was contrary to law for that money to have been deposited in any account, if at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Are you done with your testimony?
On that issue.
Okay. Okay. So we'll start with the Honorable K.T. Hammond.
Yeah, I asked a question and I'm reiterating because it troubles me. Like you said, you took account of the GMPC law, particularly 64, the establishment law of GMPC, and you went through the specific provisions in the law which allows them to set up. What? Tell me. You keep on nodding. What did you glean from that? What did you glean from their law?
It is true that yes, GMPC law allows them to set up companies. We are not disputing.
Not just that. In terms of their financial relationship, they set up the laws and then what? They set up the companies. Oh, sorry. They set up the companies and then what?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. You see, as a committee, if you look at our functions under the law, we are a public oversight body, additional public oversight body that seeks to take the public interest at heart when it comes to
What do you
governance of petroleum.
try and concentrate on us.
Yes.
So GMPC law, you looked at the GMPC law.
Yes, we did.
And then you are conversant with the fact that GMPC is able to set up companies. They are allowed by their laws.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, not your accountability or your oversight responsibility. If you do that here today,
no.
You are here because by virtue of that. So I'm asking you about the companies which are allowed by GMPC law 64 to be set up by them. You said you read it. In terms of the relationship, their financial relationship, what did they do? How did they go about the company's accounts?
Mr. Chairman, if a company established as a private limited liability, which has come to our understanding that GOHL is a private limited liability, of course it is a separate entity from even the holding company.
It's a separate one.
Yes, of course. And then their finances are dealt with in the Companies Act.
Nothing to do with the petroleum holding account or anything. Nothing to do with that.
Mr. Chairman, that is precisely where the program is.
That's no problem. I mean, you identified the issue. They are allowed to do that, and you said that if they are a company, then they apply strictly the company rules. You what is the difficulty?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. The difficulty is that we are enjoined by law as a committee to ensure that not even a peso or a dollar of petroleum revenue due to the public goes elsewhere other than where
you are not enjoined by law to have conflation of the law in your brains. You are not allowed to do that.
No, Mr. Maybe unless there are specific issues that wants to.
We'll get there. My colleagues are getting very irritated. Yes. Getting related. But let's settle this first. Yes. You just made the point to me rightly that they are enjoined by the Establishing Act to be able to set up companies. You've also accepted that if it is a company which has its corporate personalities and all those things, you say that then they operate within the confines of the Company Act, isn't it? They are not part of what we're talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I will respectfully disagree with the fact that they are not part of the petroleum.
If they are separate, how do they become
Mr.
married
Chairman,
to?
That was why I said this is where precisely the problem is. I made a statement.
Is it a legal problem or factual problem?
Mr. Chairman, it's both.
Go on with it.
It's both. Mr. Chairman, I made a statement that the only recognized commercial entity that represents the interests of Ghana in upstream petroleum activities is the GMPC.
Well, it's not. So what you feel? We're talking about the law.
Exactly. That's why it's the law I'm referring to now.
The law allows them. The law, GMPC law 64 allows them to set up companies. I'm delivering the point. I will yield. I'm done with my question.
Okay.
I will leave my colleague and then the other colleagues.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Mr. Alpha, right? The monies in issue, did they constitute revenue for purposes of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act?
Mr. Chairman, in our respectful opinion, yes, as a committee.
And you can confirm to the committee that the revenue so assessed and collected was not paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
And the said money was used to acquire 7% interest in a limited liability company.
Mr. Chairman, that will not be accurate.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, at the time of lifting, the company had already been established.
Very well.
Right. Mr. Chairman, this was a company that was established by Anadarko itself, even prior to the acquisition. Right. And it was established in Cayman Islands.
Very well.
Another issue Pierre, looked at, but thought that it was since our report is coming to Parliament, Parliament can make further considerations. So, Mr. Chairman, the company was already established, and for purposes of this transaction, when Anadarko wanted to, sell off its, interest, Anadarko made that known to the government of Ghana, and Mr. Chairman would recognize that Ghana exercised our preemption rights, to acquire, this interest in those blocks.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to suggest is that even from the beginning of the whole transaction, this was a preemption right exercised by the Republic of Ghana to acquire interest. Interest for who? In the interest of the people of Ghana. This is where we are coming from. Preemption rights to acquire interest in the interest of the people of Ghana. And as a public oversight body on this, we thought that whatever interest was acquired, it matters not that GNPC subsequently transferred it to a limited liability company which is 100% its subsidiary or not. In our opinion, we are clear that whatever proceeds come out of that transaction ought to constitute petroleum revenue under the laws of Ghana.
All right, thank you very much. And was the payment for the transaction made by GNPC directly to Anadaco?
Mr. Chairman, that wasn't very, very clear to us. Of course, what we had was that payments were not lodged in the account. Mr. Chairman, I would follow. It was later, and that is not actually on record to us, that we heard where it was even deposited and all of that.
Were the payments made by the Ministry of Finance?
Mr. Chairman, PIAC is not in a position to confirm exactly that.
Very well. Honorable members, you may take your turns to ask the witness questions. Honorable Ejapa Mensah, and followed by Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Alpha, you make comments in your report to the effect, in your 2011 report, that 2021, apologies. The paragraph 3.1 that you made reference to earlier, that, and Chairman, with your permission, if I may read, in line with GNPC's strategy to increase its stake in viable oil blocks, the corporation acquired a 7% interest from Occidental Petroleum Anadaco in respect of the company's DWT, WCTP assets for 199 million effective 1st April 2021. This acquisition is to be
Honorable member, I think that is what he read to the committee,
yes,
right? So can you go directly to ask your question based upon that?
Mr. Chairman, is the witness aware that this statement in itself is not entirely accurate?
It will be unfair. It will be unfair to the witness.
Let me.
You should. You should. Yes.
In that, GNPC actually acquired JOHL as an existing company from Anadaco.
I think that evidence has been given before this committee. He has said that before the committee.
No, not at all.
Mr. Chairman, exactly so. I've said that. I've indicated that even before the acquisition, JOHL was in existence. So I've indicated that.
So, Mr. Chairman, if the witness admits that JOHL was in existence and that GNPC then acquired JOHL from Anadaco, how does the witness reconcile that position with the assertion in his 2022 report that GNPC ceded JOHL, the acquisition to its subsidiary? How does he reconcile the two?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, there are some information. Okay, let me go about this way.
If I may read.
GNPC initially told PIAC in our previous report, and if you remember where I read from, the same 3.1 point that you have read, exactly. So you see that it says this acquisition is to be transferred to GNPC Exploco So GNPC itself was originally contemplating transferring this interest to Explorer and not to any other, company.
Now, wait a minute, calm down. Don't let us do speculations here. I mean, let's do with what is on the document. Can you listen to him carefully, please, and then deal with it? So that, can you re-emphasize the point so that he gets it right? Not what somebody was contemplating. What do we have by way of documentation?
I'm making references to paragraphs in the 2021 and 2022 reports, authored by PIAC. One is to the effect that GNPC acquired 7% interest from Occidental. And another is to the effect that GNPC acquired 7% interest in Jubilee and 10 and later seeded, which connotes transfer to its subsidiary JOHL. I'm saying that the witness has proceeded to establish and admit before this committee that indeed and in fact GNPC acquired JOHL from Anadaku. So how does it reconcile the admission that JOHL was acquired to GNPC ceding its interest to JOHL?
Yes. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important for us to distinguish two things. Acquiring a company is one thing, and acquiring interest in respect of a given block is another, completely separate thing. And I think it is important for us to establish that point. The acquisition of JOHL, in fact, was not necessarily about the acquisition of the interest per se, which GNPC had previously communicated to PIAC will be interest that will be transferred to Explorer. That is the point I was trying to establish. So GNPC would testify and agree with us that when we finally saw JOHL in the I'm hoping they will be truthful on that.
I agree with you.
When they finally gave us information about the transfers to JOHL, we quit. Why the original decision to have transferred to Explorer was abandoned. Chairman, but of course, we cannot force GNPC to give us all of the basis on which they have abandoned the Explorer issue and went in for JOHL. But Mr. Chairman, they have indicated to us that JOHL is a 100% subsidiary of the GNPC. And that is another issue we are looking at. And so, Mr. Chairman, when you marry the concept of a government or Ghana, exercise preemption right, acquire these interests to the fact that GNPC represents the commercial interest of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, immediately, in our opinion as a committee, we were convinced that unless there is another way of trying to siphon revenues from the government, there was no reason why any other company...
That unfortunately connotes criminality.
Mr. Chairman, that was, I said unless. Well, it is not to say
we can do better than that. Can we rephrase? Can we rephrase?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Alpha, you are a witness of fact. Yes. I know you are also a legal practitioner, because you are my former student. Please leave your legal opinions aside and testify to the factual matters, the factual findings made by PIAC. Okay, that would be very helpful to the committee.
That's very well noted.
Yes.
What PIAC's consideration was that it would appear that if those monies did not come into the PHF, the state would be denied of legitimate revenues from petroleum in operation.
The difficulty with that answer is what I was struggling with you about. You remember, I was talking to you about companies and companies and companies. Anyway, he hasn't finished. Let him continue. Yes?
Yes, so please
Just
continue.
got a text message from my wife that I should stop chewing. I had chewing gum. Pardon me.
No. Can we consent? Let's leave the domestic matters aside and concentrate on this one. So, yes.
It's not you. The cameras are watching you. So. Thank you. Let's leave the miscategorization as I see it with respect to the JOHL seeding by GMPC and the acquisition by GMPC for aside for now. Now you indicate that you are very familiar with the GMPC Act, no?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Please, can you refer to Section 3 of the GMPC Act? And for purpose of the committee, if you may read 3A.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would use the opportunity to request for a copy of.
You don't have a copy? Okay, let me assist you. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the corporation shall, for the attainment of its objects under Section 2, exercise the following powers. For purpose of this conversation, I will just refer to A. With the approval of the minister, form subsidiary and affiliate companies, branches or agencies in or outside the Republic to carry out activities which the corporation is authorized to undertake. I want to find out from the witness if he is familiar with this provision, and if indeed he is this inconsistent with GMPC's acquisition of JOHL outside the jurisdiction?
Honorable members, can we focus on the issue that is at stake?
Yes, I'm building a point, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
and that issue relates to the manner in which the payment for the acquisition was executed. It is not about the corporate powers of GMPC, whether or not it has power to incorporate, subsidiaries, whether inside the Republic or outside the Republic. It is the manner in which the payment for the acquisition was, executed. And I think, from my reading of the PIAC reports, their position is that the payment was in violation of statute. Can we concentrate on that?
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, we cannot, because that is the point that I was trying to raise with him, see if we can make sense of. I stopped short of developing it further because I knew my other colleagues might be having a go at it. That's the point he's making. This whole issue has come about because there is some misunderstanding about the role of GMPC and how the monies could be put into certain accounts. That's the point that he is developing. So if by law GMPC could do what they did, then it may be unfair to allege that he nearly slipped by saying that it was siphoning or whatever. By the process that he's discussing, which is the GMPC law, PNDC law 64, the specific provisions, bear with us, the specific provision discussing, would come to a conclusion, if we take it to its logical conclusion, that GMPC actually, I think, had both the constitutional and statutory right to do what has been missed for some of us, our understanding is misconceived as having put into an account into which they were not supposed to do. That, I think, is what my colleague is trying to arrive at.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You couldn't have said it any better.
Carry on.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Alpha, having regard to the provisions that I just read to you, would you agree with me that GMPC did not err in law in acquiring JOHL as incorporated at the time of acquisition?
Well, you are asking the opinion, so he's now allowed to give opinion evidence? Yeah. So, okay, so please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Respectfully, let's be consistent. At our last meeting, there were a lot of opinions that were allowed by the chair. And I'm surprised that now you are saying that we don't have to allow opinions.
It's agreed for him to do it, so don't worry. Go on.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, it is precisely the reason why we try to distinguish between acquisition of a corporate entity distinguished from acquisition of interest, in a particular block.
Mr. Alpha, is it not a fact that JOHL, at the time that GMPC acquired it from Anadaku, was the owner of these interests in these 2 blocks? Is it not factual?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, that is factual, and that is where we have even a problem as a committee, and we raised it in our report, Mr. Chairman.
But it's important.
Let's hear the problem.
The way he made reference to that in the report, I would love to see.
But let's hear the problem. We need to know the nature.
Mr. Chairman, like we established earlier, that there is a basis why, as a country, we decided to make a law to govern petroleum revenue management. And the basis is there. When you go back and you look back at how we manage our mineral resources,
No,
Mr. Chairman, I'm establishing a basis why we took a decision.
No, you have all the time to talk.
Yeah.
Listen, when the question is put, we want a concentration on it. He asked you a straight question that are you aware that the Anadaku owed that particular entity? Owned the particular entity, belonged to them. And so at the time of the acquisition, it was theirs. You said yes. And then you then added at the tail end that, but you have a problem with that. I thought you had a problem with Anadaku owing what is the problem?
No. We have is the structuring. That is what we are
deal
having
with
problem.
that bit, the problem that you have or you had.
Yes, the problem we had as a committee was with the entire transaction, exclusive of the fact that the JOHL was already owned by Anadaku. Mr. Chairman, I think we should look at it this way. Until the acquisition.
So explain the problem you had with it, and then we can move on.
Yes.
We can make progress.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you look at before the acquisition, the equity structure did not really include JOHL before the acquisition. I mean, we have the documents from GMPC, if I can refer. The equity structure, ownership structure, did not include JOHL. It was after the acquisition that that issue of JOHL.
So now your problem is, why did Anadaku create the JHOL? Is that the problem you had?
No.
You said it didn't include it from the very beginning.
No.
Belatedly, it came to be included. Is that it?
That's why I wanted an opportunity to explain, so we can piece together why. So, Mr. Chairman, we started developing our argument from the basis that the decision in the first place to acquire is based on the preemption rights that we exercise as a nation. And Mr. Chairman, we are building a point that as a public interest committee, we are interested in how the rights we acquire by virtue of exercising these preemption rights are paid for, and how it benefits the people of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, that is precisely why we as a committee have been created. So, Mr. Chairman, we started asking questions. Questions, we even queried GMPC how when JOHL left, how would the returns be treated? And GMPC responded as the admin that this is a purely commercial transaction and that it is outside the ambit of the PRMA. And what we are saying is that for us, we don't have to analyze these things in isolation. We think that the most important thing that should always be at our mind should be about what is the aim of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, And Mr. Chairman, that was why I wanted to establish the basis in the first place why the Petroleum Management Act, came into existence. Because if we know the philosophical basis why it came, then we should.
You want to tell us that? You want to tell us now? We don't know about that.
Mr. Chairman, I know we know because I'm sitting before Parliament. Of course, I understand.
You think we know?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said
it's just a matter of refreshing our memory on that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if you remember debates that went into the enactment of the PRMA, one critical issue had to do with how we manage our mineral resources and revenues in the past. And we wanted to avoid all the problems that mineral revenue management in the past brought to this country, to the extent that we have a country where we cannot point to visible evidence of mineral revenue management utilization. And so on the basis of that, we come out with a Petroleum Revenue Management Act that details the precise nature of how deposits and disbursements would be done within the confines of the law. And so, Mr. Chairman, our position is that in respect of these monies that were generated from petroleum revenue upstream, we think that whether directly or indirectly generated through a supposed, Mr. Chairman, subsidiary, we think it constitutes revenue management, petroleum revenue within the intendment of the law.
That's fine.
To have been paid into the PHF.
Yeah, continue.
That is the position of PRM.
Continue.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you. The witness has demonstrated clearly his knowledge of the Companies Act of our Republic by his initial comments to the effect about the distinctiveness of companies from their shareholders. I want to find out from him whether the revenues of the company is or can be treated as the revenue of his shareholder. I want to find out from him.
Mr. Chairman, it is the understanding of PIAC that revenues from IOCs or private companies are not revenues that go into the petroleum holding fund. It is the statutory, revenues that we are talking about that should go into the petroleum holding fund.
The revenue of a limited liability company by reason of the fact that its shareholder is GMPC as a statutory revenue.
Mr. Chairman, our understanding is that once GMPC acquired JOHL, the interest held by JOHL, as a subsidiary of GMPC, in our opinion, should form part of the overall interest of the GMPC.
But Mr. Co-Chairman, see, that's the difficulty I have. You answer the questions and then we seem to be going back. It's a little difficult for us to comprehend.
I think,
one second.
no, just a minute. You see the,
okay,
all right.
See, I don't think it's entirely your understanding of it or whatever. I think your understanding as posited in the law that we are dealing with. So try as much as possible to operate within the confines of the law. Your opinions, we all have our opinions.
Mr. Chairman, exactly so. And our understanding may have varying interpretations. You may have an interpretation to the law. And
so your interpretation of this is that even though it is a private company,
yes,
its finances should be considered.
No, that's not my position. That's not our position.
With all due respect to my co-chair and the members of the committee, I think that the questioning of the witness is going beyond the remit of what is contained in the PIAC report. The violation, which is the subject matter of interest before this committee, is with respect to the funds that were used for the acquisition of the interest in JOHL, a limited, yes, the interest. All right.
No, that's actually not the case.
No, that is the
That
case.
is not the case,
That
Mr.
is
Chairman.
that
No,
is the case.
completely not. Then we ourselves will have to get a comprehension of what this is all about, because that is not our understanding.
Can we wait?
Mr. Chairman,
What they are dealing with is
it's a revenue and its treatment.
No.
And
Revenue-
seeking
revenue-
to establish
revenue
that there's
from-
been no wrongdoing whatsoever.
No.
None whatsoever.
No.
If you,
You
but
are-
we were actually going to go back and deal with the fact of the acquisition. This service is aware of the source of money that was used in acquiring it in the first place. What we are discussing so far is the money from the various fields, the liftings. That is what
Very
we
well.
are saying that went into the wrong account. That's what we are dealing with.
Mr. Chairman, actually, the money that was used to acquire the acquisition, to make the acquisition itself, is in question. Together, that brought us to the conclusion we have come to. Mr. Chairman, the actual fact is that the monies that were advanced for the acquisition.
Mr. Chairman, I may want to draw your attention whether you are following that. He is actually going into a different field. No, he is. What the witness is speaking about, I have no problem. Because if he finishes, then it means that he had opened the Pandora's box, and we can ask him questions.
No,
But
this is
he's
all
actually
one second.
going on a field of his own.
One second. This is all come out. This whole dimension is come about because we think that co-chairman put the issue in a different direction from how we have come to understand it. Yeah. We think that the money in question is the liftings, and not the acquisition. He now says that, well, he seems to understand that he's saying that, well, the issue we are discussing, the 100 million or whatever they are complaining about, is clarify for us. The 100 million you are talking about is in respect of what? Is it
I'll be grateful if you limit the witness. This is a witness of the committee. And the witness is actually assisting the committee. So whatever questions that we have asked, what we want him to actually, we have to agree that he is talking about the fact that the liftings were not paid into a proper account. That's all he's saying. As to now, he is actually delving into the acquisition of the JHOL, and that's not why we are here. That's not why he was invited.
Sami is eager to make a contribution. Well, you talk.
No,
Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, it's important to emphasize that there are a whole gamut of issues. I disagree with the respected Honorable Inimedu that it is just one item to do with liftings. There are so many other related matters. You read the PIAC report. And when I take my turn, I'll be pointing to those issues. We should not,
No,
we
wait a
should
minute,
not,
Sami,
yes.
Take us to it. I think we are looking at, one second, we are looking at what they said that hearing called whatever, made it first lifted and then the total of the 100 and whatever million. Is that
Yes.
not what we are dealing with?
There are really,
No, is that not what we are dealing
that's
with?
not the only matter. If you look at the PIAC,
I mean,
if you pay regard to their report, they raise other consequential matters. For example, capital gains tax. They raise it. We have to look at that.
Well,
they raise the acquisition of the 7% shares. We have to look at that. It's all in the report. I take strong exception to the attempt to rewrite the rules and to narrow and restrict us, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman,
So if we are not being
before you do, Doctor wanted to raise a point of order. Are you still raising the point? Go on. Yeah.
Yes, co-chair, if I may.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, in the strictest consideration, yes.
Very well. And that it is only dividends that, as shareholder of GMPC, when it receives from JOHL, that would amount to an indirect revenue that then goes into the petroleum holding funds.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Yes. Mr. Chairman, we hold a contrary opinion that it is only dividends per se. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to, as a committee, that's why we're trying to give the basis on which we have come to our conclusion. See, this whole transaction, to the understanding of PIAC, is an indirect, way of the Republic, gaining revenue from that transaction. That is, if you look at it from that perspective. And we are of the opinion that if you look at section 6 and 7, which we indicated earlier, this is a specific law created for petroleum revenue management. And there is a reason why it is taken from the ambit of public financial management generally, even though the rules still apply, to have a specific law for Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And Mr. Chairman, the committee's position is that to the extent that any amount received by government directly or indirectly from petroleum resources should form part of the petroleum revenues of Ghana.
Okay.
The committee is of the opinion
that is well
those
said.
revenues-
Honorable Mesa, your last question on this point.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the witness, having regard to what he just said, what he would classify as direct revenue and what he would classify as indirect revenue.
Very well. Honorable Alpha.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, if you look at Section 6, there are some of the revenues that are clear in our minds. Royalties, that would be a direct revenue. Something like surface rentals would be a direct revenue. Corporate income tax would be a direct revenue. Additional oil entitlement would be a direct revenue. Mr. Chairman, when you look at, and even bonuses, if you have to consider the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, would have to be considered as direct revenues. But, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the structure of this transaction, for me, I'm clear in my mind that I would even have suggested direct, but I'm clear in my mind it's an indirect.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
You say you don't know what is on our minds. You don't know what we ourselves think about this structure you are talking about. We're dealing with specific questions. You take us back. You take us back. I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Mr. Chairman, the transaction, the nature we have now, would be one of those transactions PR could consider as an indirect.
Very well. Yes, that's okay. Now, Honorable Sami Ablakwa, your side has taken, so let's go to.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will first like to place on record that those of us in Parliament who follow your reports keenly are impressed with the thoroughness of your work, and I want to commend all of you at PIAC for the work you do. You are working in the national interest and also for God and country. And I would like to also remind all of us that you are here as expert witnesses to assist the committee. And so we are only interested in facts. We want to unravel the truth. And so you are not here as, if you like, an accused, for want of a better word. So I will adopt a different posture, more and we can get to the bottom of the fact. I will adapt a more forward-looking posture, if you like.
As opposed to which one?
You say you don't like friendlier, and I just wanted to state
No,
the
as
ground
opposed
rules.
to which one? You would adopt more friendlier.
You say you don't like friendlier.
No. As opposed to what, the hostile, whatever.
Yes,
friendlier.
so you don't like the word
Who is
hostile.
adopted the hostile?
I'm just making a general statement, just to establish the ground rules, in case those following proceedings are probably getting confused. Yeah. So if Chair, can I proceed? All right. So, Mr. Alpha.
Yes.
Section 7 of Act 815, as amended, provides that revenue due from the direct or indirect participation of the Republic in petroleum operations, including the carried and participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. You have stated very clearly, emphatically, in your 2021 report and the 2022 media report, you highlighted the matter and said that you take the strong view that the section I just read, section 7, has been breached. I want to understand with all of what has transpired so far, all the contestations, does PIAC still stand by what we are working with in Parliament, which the proponents of this vote of censure motion have submitted, that there is breach of Section 7 of Act 815, the Petroleum Revenue Management Act as amended? Do you stand by your report, or have there been any variations? If there have been variations, can you let us know?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, in respect of this matter, we stand by our position.
And to be clear, what is that position?
Mr. Chairman, our position is that the revenues accrued from that lifting by JOHL constitute an indirect participation of the Republic of Ghana in petroleum operations, and to that extent ought to have been paid into the PHF. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Now, I want to come to your response to a question that Co-Chair Dr. Dominic Ayini asked about monies used to pay for the 7% share. Did I hear you say that you are not sure where those monies came from, whether it came from GMPC or it came from the Ministry of Finance?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, we are well aware of where it came from. In a written report on the petroleum operations, January to December 2021, which is a response to PIAC questions at validation, GMPC has this to say. On a query in respect of paragraph 14 of that, which was that we asked GMPC to provide an update on the additional interest acquired by the state through GMPC in 2021 on the Jubilee and 10 fields from Occidental Petroleum, including the cost, ownership structure of the 2 fields, and any other relevant information. In response to PIAC, GMPC has this to say. The current ownership structure of the Jubilee and 10 fields are attached to this correspondence. Those ones are there, but essentially on the question you just asked. GMPC Explorer and Jubilee Oil Holding Limited are both 100% owned commercial subsidiaries of GMPC. However, the JOHL interest would be ceded to GMPC Explorer. Now it comes down. The shares of Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, the company that owns the 7% commercial stake, were acquired at the cost of $164,798,691 million by GMPC through a share purchase agreement between Anadarko Offshore and GMPC, with monies advanced by the Ministry of Finance. GMPC is required to repay the amount advanced of the amount I have just realized. Yes, so the monies were advanced by the Ministry of Finance.
That is consistent with page 9 of your 2022 semi-annual report. Page 9, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I read. It says the shares of Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, a company that holds a 7% commercial stake, were acquired at the cost of $164.7 million by GMPC through a share purchase agreement between Anadarko Offshore and GMPC, with monies advanced by the Ministry of Finance. GMPC has started repaying the advance amount of $164.798 million. Now, can you tell us, this advance by the Ministry of Finance, did you see any contract, any agreement? Do you know the terms when they're supposed to pay back this money? Because these are taxpayer funds.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we do not know, because when we requested for information, it wasn't part of the information that was furnished to us.
Sabi, let us also understand. If you put a question the way you did, is it a suggestion that there was no contract underpinning the payments, or I don't quite get?
Well, we haven't seen any contract, and I've gone through the 2022 budget, the media review. I've also gone through the 2021 budget, and this House, Parliament, is not aware of this transaction by the Ministry of Finance. I've also looked at all the appropriation
to
bills.
pay for the
yes, this $100 million transaction. Yes, it's not in any of the budgets.
100 million is the lifting. The 100 million is the lift. Is there a 164 you're talking about?
Yes, the 164. The 164.
Which is the acquisition cost?
Yes.
You haven't seen any.
It's not in any of our approvals in this house.
Suggestion that we had it for free or something.
So I just want to know the source of funds, if they have an idea, or if they've seen that agreement. Because you only tell us that the GMPC has started repaying. How do we know if they are complying with the terms? That's why I ask, is there any contract? Is there any agreement? Have you seen anything to that effect?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't seen any.
Now, Mr. Chairman, the witness has told us that there was an initial attempt to suggest that there was an all clear from the Attorney General's department. And you say that you asked for a copy of the Attorney General's advice, and you did not corroborate or confirm that initial attempt that was created. Are you able to share with us how you come to that conclusion? Possibly, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask of our co-chairs if we can get a copy of that Attorney General's advice, because I haven't seen it. So that
Does he have a copy? Did he say he has
do you have a copy here?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman, yes.
I haven't got a difficulty. I don't know whether.
So can it be tendered if you don't mind? Because that document is very important. They say that the Attorney General is not aligned with with what GMPC and the Ministry of Finance, they appear to disagree.
Is that what he's saying? He hasn't said
Yes,
that.
he said that earlier.
Aye. Mr. What's his name?
He said that PIAC, they were told that they acted based on Attorney General's advice.
That's
but when
right.
they requested the advice, when PIAC requested that advice, they didn't see that advice. They didn't have that understanding from the Attorney General's advice. So I think that is a material fact we need to establish.
Let's hear you on this point.
Yeah.
Let's hear you again. Sorry, you heard our colleague what he suggested. Is that what you said? Let's get it again.
Mr. Chairman,
you have the Attorney General's opinion.
Yes.
You said you read it, and then you said your response is. Let's hear you again to that.
Our response was that we did not. First of all, we disagree if the import of the Attorney General's opinion was to suggest that GMPC could go the way they went, then we disagree.
No. You read the Attorney General's report. Attorney General's opinion. You understand perfectly what the Attorney General is saying. So don't say that if the import is that. You understand of it, and then you say that your conclusion on it is
Mr. Chairman, our understanding was that the Attorney General did not okay what they have done.
That's your view.
Yes, that is our view. However, even if he did, we disagree. That's all.
If the Attorney General said corroborated what they were doing, you disagree.
Of course, Mr. Chairman, we are
fine.
entitled to that.
Hold your feelings, how you feel about it. But at least we know what the Attorney General said, and the import of it. That's the important thing. The import of what the Attorney General said is whether to agree with what they did or not to agree with it. And that, I think you should go on record again. You are saying emphatically that what the Attorney General said is in sync with what they did or not.
I'm getting confused with that question. I don't
Which
know.
part of it confuses you?
Because what we are clear in our minds that we have read the Attorney General's opinion, and as a committee, we were of the opinion that the Attorney General did not, in fact, say that, for example, monies to be lifted by, this subsidiary should not come to the.
Does it talk about lifting the Attorney General?
At all.
Yeah, so
exactly.
So we're talking about what in there, you understand?
Yeah, so that's why we said that GNPC is relying on this as one of the bases on which they have gone ahead with this transaction.
Sure.
And therefore, based on that, JOHL could lift this and it doesn't have to come to the PHF. So our position is that
that's not what the opinion says.
No, yes.
Leave it there.
So thank you so much.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was waiting for your ruling. Can he tender the Attorney General's advice?
I have no difficulty at all. Yeah, it's a public document. I've seen a copy. I've read it, so I don't have a problem. My colleague has a copy. I've given him. So, yeah, that copy is there.
So you can not tender. You can give it to the committee because you are not the author. So actually, in strict sense, you cannot.
Maybe because he's talking to it.
Yes, because you are talking to it. And you mentioned it. No, you mentioned it in your report. Okay, in the report you said the GMPC indicated that they had sought the Attorney General's opinion before entering into the transaction. PX study of the opinion reveals that the Attorney General did not comment on the issue of the advance by the state. You stand by that factual statement you made. That's fine. So can we have the copy of the Attorney General's opinion tabled to the clerks? I don't think you have any obligation to further comment on the Attorney General's opinion. You don't have to second guess it. The committee will take its own view of the matter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I proceed. So, Mr. Alpha, you also state in your report that, quote, I'm reading from page 9 of the 2022 semi-annual report. Although the acquisitions were initially intended to be held by GMPC Exploco, they are in fact being held by JOHL. Page 9, second paragraph below the table, 2022 semi-annual report. And at the time you wrote this report and submitted to Parliament, this is January to June, you also add that this is not registered in Ghana. JOHL is not registered in Ghana. You are right as at that point because my checks indicate that JOHL has now been incorporated, but the 5th of August 2022, the incorporation instruments which I have here. So you are right that January to June, JOHL was not incorporated in Ghana. But can you tell us why you say that the initial intent was that this acquisition was to be held by GMPC's Exploco?
Mr. Chairman, I have indicated earlier that GMPC communicated to us in an earlier communication that the acquisition will be transferred to Exploco. Even in the most recent communication, which I just read a while ago, they still says it will be transferred from JOHL to Exploco. But as it stands, it has not been transferred. Why the transfer is not happening, we don't know. So that is the case.
Are those documents you are willing to share with us?
Those are documents we officially received from GMPC itself, and I'm sure if Mr. Chairman would allow that, we wouldn't have a problem.
Okay.
GMPC is here. They will take their turn afterwards. If you can just indicate the nature of the documents to us, we will ask them questions in respect of those documents.
Mr. Chairman, this, for example, is report on petroleum operations from January to December 2021, response to PR questions at validation presented to Public Interest and Accountability Committee on April 2, 2022. That was the date they presented this to us. And Mr. Chairman, at paragraph 4, that's where these queries, our queries on this matter came up when we asked them to provide an update on this additional interest acquired by the state through GMPC. And so they gave us responses to our queries. So paragraph 14 of that document is where you will find this information, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at the heart of all of this and why PIAC was established and why we spent so much money to enact the PRMA is so we will learn lessons from how other resources, mineral resources, have not been very much managed to the expectation of the Ghanaian people. And also at the heart of this is how we can ensure that we maximize returns and the Ghanaian people are served properly by the decisions that we make. Now, I see that at page 10 of your 2022 semi-annual report, you indicate that this whole arrangement has led to a situation where Ghana has been shortchanged in terms of capital gains tax. And if I can read from paragraph 3 at page 10. Contrary to Section 6E of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011 at 815, capital gains tax was not assessed by the Ghana Revenue Authority in the sale of the 7% interest by Anadako in the Jubilee and 10 fields in 2021. In its written response to PIAC on the matter, the Ministry of Finance referred the committee to the Ghana Revenue Authority for answers. The Ghana Revenue Authority in turn referred the committee to the Ministry of Finance, indicating that the ministry was exclusively in charge of the transaction. In all of this, the Ghanaian people have not received their taxes. Where are we on this matter? Who is really responsible? And do you, by PIAC's assessment, do you think that we can get our capital gains tax back?
Mr. Chairman, it is the duty of the Ghana Revenue Authority to assess actors in the petroleum industry to taxation and also to collect revenues as the PRMA itself requires. Mr. Chairman, however, when it comes to dealings with the, in respect of acquiring interest and all of that, it is essentially a policy decision by government. And so that will be handled at the ministerial level or the ministry's level. Mr. Chairman, that was the reason why we wrote to both the ministry and then to GRA, asking that in all the data that we have received, we have not seen evidence of assessment of that transaction to capital gains and all of that. And that was when we received those two responses from both the ministry and then the GRA. The ministry, GRA saying that the whole transaction was exclusively in the hands of the ministry and that they were not called in any way. And the ministry says, since GRA is responsible for assessing entities to taxation, we should go to GRA for answers. Mr. Chairman, we were left.
Let me, bear with me. When was the last time you checked on this matter?
On the capital. Mr. Chairman, this is the report, the subject matter of this discussion is from January to June. So, Mr. Chairman, as at 30th of June, this is the position.
You had checked. You see how much I myself have been making quite a lot of noise about taxation and how these companies and whatever. So if I said to you that they had paid about 169 million on some of this capital, whatever combination of this, about 169. Clearly, over 160 million has been paid. Would that satisfy you? Would that comfort you?
Mr. Chairman, that would not comfort me because I have a statutory duty to have been informed of that.
No. I'm saying that. I think the worry is that that's what the point Sabi was making. Ghana seems to have been robbed of so much money. But I'm telling you that, considering the fact that I have made more noise than you have made on this taxation thing, if I said to you that at least about 160 million may have been paid, would you be comfortable? That it may be belated. You may not have been informed, but thank God so much has been paid.
As a respectful lawmaker, I can take consolation in that with the hope that that reflection will come to my notice as a member of PIAC when they finally submit data
I understand that,
for the 2020.
You will be notified. You are notified, you'll be happy about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, Chair, this is not a question but an application to the co-chairs.
Yeah.
When the proponents appeared before us on Tuesday, they made reference to other PIAC findings contained in various PIAC reports. I have questions on those matters as well. For example, you recall they said that the finance minister is not complying with the Supreme Court decision in the Bodo case. So, to do with the 5%, Bodo and the Attorney General. Now, those are matters not related specifically to this. So, but the proponents have raised it, and it's before this committee.
Let's be careful. The time limit and all of that.
So my application is that will we have the opportunity since they are here, so that
because you're on the finance committee, aren't you?
No,
you're not the finance committee.
No, you see this. No, it's before us. The proponents have submitted it. It's in evidence. No, I'll summarize.
I mean, I understand. Quite a lot of things have been said. We have a specific issue which is brought to us here. It is the 3 illegal payments of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the Constitution. We asked them, I think it was Haruna, specifically put to him, or maybe Atta, and he said that no, it is in respect of the JOHL thing. And then we talked about the S, the plural, where you talk about the accounts, and then they said that, well, it is specifically about this, but if you have more than one account in relation to that, why don't us have to
but you recall that they led evidence on the Bodo case, and also the 1.3.
Quite a lot of evidence may have been
the 1.3 billion,
each one of them.
the 1.3 billion oil revenues missing. Those are at least those two. If you allow me.
They are not before us.
They are before this committee, co-chair. They are before this committee. No, they are before this committee.
Shall we switch off the things again and then confer? No, he's made his application.
So honorable members, the application made by the Honorable Samuel Okujeta Blakwa relates to evidence that was led by the proponents of the motion with respect to other findings made by PIAC. And that was very well, no, and I think the application...
But he's not making No, but he's not making a ruling. Calm down, honorable member. He's not making a ruling. He's making a comment. Let's listen to you.
Honorable comment, you may do. You are out of order. If you want to challenge the co-chair, you need to do so by a substantive motion on the floor. Very well. So the point is that evidence was laid on other findings made by PIAC. All right. When that evidence was laid, okay, we did not object. I mean, we did not refuse to admit the evidence. Now, PIAC is here. What the Honorable Samuel Okujeta Blakwa is saying is, can we just ask them to confirm those things for what they are worth? Okay, so honorable members, it is for your consideration.
No, PIAC, we have PIAC to come before us any time they want to, or we want them, for them to explain all the gamut of whatever they want to explain. For now, I think we are limited to the scope of what is on this thing, this particular document, and it is what the proponents indicated, that so much money had been paid into some account or accounts. So all the other bits of evidence that they gave are not relevant, not probative of the point that we are dealing with. So that's how I say that. Let's take ourselves to this and then make some progress. Not every single whatever that they refer to.
Honorable Patrick Guama.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yes.
For the opportunity. Alpha, do you have a copy?
Let's finish with my application.
Honorable Patrick Guama, I thought you were going to comment on the issue raised by the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa as to whether or not we as a committee should ask PIAC to confirm the evidence that was given with respect to other violations. Can you
that would be totally out of their ambit.
Very well, very well. So, Honorable Ahiefo, on that issue specifically.
Yes, Honorable Co-Chair, we must look at the PIAC report and see whether PIAC has reported on the issue relating to Benjamin Kodo versus Attorney General, as well as the 5% of the revenue. If PIAC has reported on that, basically, we cannot say once PIAC is here, we should allow them to go so that if you need them on that aspect of their report, we bring them again. However, if the case of Benjamin Kodo is not part of PIAC report, then we cannot be questioning PIAC based on it. But so long as it is part of PIAC report, and we have the opportunity of PIAC sitting before us, nothing precludes a member from asking a question.
No, don't ask the member. Don't.
Yes.
Honorable.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Katie.
This
Yes, Honorable Kwame Imedu.
Mr. Chairman,
Please,
I think this committee is here. We have been, the Speaker had referred us to deal with a motion.
Very well.
Amongst other things, the sponsors of the motion had actually given their reasons in support of the motion. And they have made, permit me to use, allegations. And one of the issues they raised, they bordered on excerpt of PIAC report. So I invited PIAC to actually speak to that portion that the sponsors of the motion had referred to. With a greater respect, we are not here to actually scrutinize the reports of PIAC. We are here, we invited this witness to actually solicit from the witness some allegations that have been made in support of the motion. So if we have to say that we are going to consider all the PIAC reports, which of the years? Are we starting from when the PIAC was formed or what? So I think we would be going too far if we have to. We will be deliberating on other things.
Yeah, very well. Honorable Katie, just a minute. No, this month. Okay, Honorable Mesa, what is your view with respect to the application of the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa?
I disagree entirely. And my reason is simple. This Parliament of Ghana has a standing committee that has the responsibility of addressing all the issues that have been raised in PIAC reports. The work of this committee is simple, and it is to the point that some illegal payments have been made from liftings by JOHL. And so I understood this year to respond specifically to that issue. And so if the suggestion is being put across to the effect that we should open up and interrogate PIAC or seek their views on all matters that are contained in the PIAC report. I think that would be unfair. Indeed,
very well.
It is the reason,
Mr.
Chairman, if you permit me.
Mr.
Chairman, if you permit me.
Oh yeah, go on.
Indeed, it is the reason why I agreed with the Finance Minister's Council that it was important for some particulars of the allegations that have been leveled against him or the grounds that have been raised to be given to him in writing, just so that we prevent this type of fishing that members of this committee or some members of this committee are seeking.
I would respectfully instruct that the reference to fishing be expunged from our records. No one is here to engage in any fishing for evidence. Honorable Senator Rollins, do you have an opinion on this matter?
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chair. I believe that there were issues that were raised by the proponents of the motion on Tuesday. They mentioned specific issues, and as part of our job, it's to unearth whatever facts are available to that. Now, given the fact that reference was made to other matters besides the JOHL, this request by Honorable Ablakwa with regards to giving PIAC an opportunity to speak to some of these things also makes reference to their report. So it's not about looking at the entire PIAC report. What it is about is getting some supporting documentation for what the proponents of the motion presented on Tuesday when they came before the committee.
Okay, so it appears the committee would be evenly split on this application that has been made. Besides the two chairmen, it looks like the members are split, down the line. By our practice in Parliament, unfortunately for you, Honorable Okujeta Ablakwa, by our practice, once there is a split, the motion is lost. And unfortunately, we cannot, accede to the request for your the matter to be considered. Yes. Okay. So now it is the turn of. Are you done?
Well, Chairman.
Okay.
I will respectfully accept your verdict.
Very well, Honorable. No, I think yes, you are done.
Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Patrick Boma.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. After that, we'll go to Honorable Zenato.
Alpha, I believe you were invited here to throw light on a few things with regards to what the proponents of the motion have alluded to, especially paragraph 3. I don't know if you have a copy of the motion.
No, Mr. Chairman.
But I can read to you. The terms of the motion are as follows. 3, that this House passes a vote of censure on the Minister responsible for Finance, Ken Ofori Atta, in accordance with Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution on the following grounds. Emphasis on 3. Illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. You've worked at the PIAC Secretariat. You are the coordinator.
I'm the vice chairman of
Vice chair. Fine. So you are seized with a lot of information. In preparing this half-year report, did you come about or across any illegal payment into any such offshore account from the finance minister?
Mr. Chairman, what we found was that monies that we are convinced are legitimate revenues that were meant to be deposited in the Petroleum Holding Fund did not or were not deposited there.
But is it the finance minister to make those payments?
Mr. Chairman, I doubt PIAC is how do I put it, in a position to categorically say that is the case.
Very well. Do you know when the GOHL entity was incorporated and where? Do you have an idea?
Mr. Chairman, we had a response. We had some responses from GMPC on that.
What
I mean, in terms of incorporation, all that we knew about. I mean, because it wasn't, that aspect wasn't officially in terms of exactly when and all of that. But the idea is that, or what we got from GMPC was that it was incorporated in Cayman Islands prior to the acquisition itself.
So it's a fact that this entity existed before this transaction.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman.
And it's now been totally transferred to GMPC as an entity. And GMPC owns 100% of it.
And that's the information we had.
That is the information, or you can confirm?
That is the information we had from GMPC.
GMPC confirmed to you. Okay. On capital gains, your report is a half-year report to this House. I don't have any confirmation whether the Speaker has even referred it to the Committee on Mines and Energy or Finance Committee to look at and to report to the House. So it's not a final report until those committees look at it and present their reports. You agree with me?
Mr. Chairman, that is so. Actually, the practice has been for us to come before Parliament in respect of our annual reports, not our semi-annual reports.
So this is not your full year report, full year's report.
And that will be right.
Please, please. I know what I'm doing. So it is possible that there are inaccuracies in your report.
Mr. Chairman, I totally disagree with that.
I said it's possible.
Mr. Chairman, I'm disputing the possibility.
I'm saying this because one, you've admitted before us that at the time you were preparing this report, you hadn't gotten confirmation from GM that capital gains tax has been paid.
Chairman, on that, I indicated that we wrote to GRA and GRA responded, saying that they were not even called in to assess in the first place. That was my position, Mr. Chairman.
But we've told you, the chairman told you, that that wasn't the accurate position.
Mr. Chair,
no, that is unfair, because your questions should be based upon on the report. So at the time of their report, the position was what is reflected in the report. If there are subsequent developments, okay, I don't think that the witness is in a position to answer to those. GMPC will be coming, and if we want, we can call Ghana Revenue Authority to come and confirm those facts. Thank you.
Alpha, I have.
Mr. Kocha, before you do, actually, I can help you with some information. You asked whether he's aware whether the Speaker has referred the document to. What Speaker is actually referred is the 2021 report, which has been sent to the Finance Committee. We sat on there, and this is the report showing. This is the report which has just been signed by Clerk and the Chairman to the committee. So the current one is not before the.
So we want to tell you that.
Chair, if I may also add, as a matter of fact, the 2021 full year report, the annual report, also captured this matter. It's there. So I don't think that my honorable colleague respectfully.
Right. So no questions should be asked of the witness about subsequent developments. Honorable Patrick Bowman.
It's fair, but you referred to the Attorney General's opinion, which is dated the 6th of July 2021. I have with me the GRA's report on the refinance dated the 30th September 2021. Gentlemen, please, if I can have your ear. Dear sir, financing the cost of acquisition of 7% stake in Deepwater Tunnel and West Cape 3 Points block in the proposed sale of entire issue share capital of Anadaco Company. This was authored by the GRA and signed by Edward Jamra, Head, Domestic Tax Division for the Commissioner General. Please.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Ahiafo.
Co-Chair, with all due respect, Honorable Patrick Boma is referring to a document. That document is not in evidence.
Precisely. But I think we can answer our colleague. I think it's in response to what he said that GRA had said something. He has something to rebut it. When he finishes, he'll put it on the table for us, I think.
Yes, but the document must be in before you ask
don't
the
refer
question.
to it and then you throw it on the
ask
table. My friend.
Chairman, I'm being interjected unnecessarily.
Chair, it's important to agree on the ground rules. You remember the tough time I had on the first day, referring to the Special Report Auditor General.
You forced me to readmit it or something.
So let's agree on the ground rules. Can we? Because I also have tons of documents that are not in evidence that I would like to refer to and ask questions. So let's just agree. I have no proceeding. I think it helps the committee's work.
Value of this
but let's
document.
not create, different rules for
the
different
value of this
committee
document
members.
is where the witnesses specifically made the point that, well, the auditor, what's the name? GRA made specific assessment. They wrote a letter in which they said A, B, C, D. It seems to have something which is not entirely reflective of what he's saying. So he's suggesting it to him and then put it to us. So,
Chairman, for the record, at the time that we admitted Mr. Kujato's report, nobody sitting before us had made those allegations or assertions. But you sought to put it in, but we agreed for what it was.
We are going to argue among ourselves, so make your question.
Chairman, let me go on.
Put your question.
I have with me the document from GRA on the capital gains tax that you've told this committee that you were unaware of, which was authored on the 30th of September 2021. And I'll read to you the considered opinion of GRA on the capital gains tax that you've told us that you were unaware of. 1, flowing from the above, we'll tender this document. If you don't have it, we'll give you a copy. We have the considered opinion that 1, since Anadaco Company and its affiliates have been assessed to tax liability by GRA, the amount must first be calculated and paid into the consolidated fund in line with Section 3B of GRA Act. It is only when the tax has been paid into the consolidated fund that any allocations can be made to finance the proposed agreement. And it goes on and on. You alleged that they were not aware of this transaction. And this is an opinion from GRA on the same. Can you take your time, please? So, you said GRA.
Honorable members, order. Can we listen to the question
you
and
wrote
let
to GRA and they told you they were not aware of this transaction. And I'm providing a document to disprove your claim. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. Can you answer the question?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, first, that particular document was never brought to the attention of PIAC by GRA when we asked for documentation on this matter. Secondly, and more importantly, we have a letter which is later in time from GRA to the letter the honorable member just read, Mr. Chair. And that letter is dated 9th September 2022. And Mr. Chairman, if I may read.
September 2021.
This is dated.
This microphone is on. 30th September 2021.
What you have is what?
Chairman, I have 9th September 2022.
9 September
2022.
What, 3 days ago?
Yeah.
No, not. Allow room for some metaphors and all of that. Yesterday, in terms of what we are talking about, 20 September, whatever, it's yesterday. Yes, go on. What do you have? What does it say?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, it's a very short one. I'll just read it. We have validation of draft 2022 PIAC semi-annual report. Reference your letter dated August 29, 2022 on the above subject, requesting for a response on the following. I, clarification whether any capital gains tax was due in respect of the sale of Anadako stake in the Jubilee and 10 Fields. I, if yes, how much did it amount to? If yes, was it paid? If no, why not? We wish to inform you that the transaction in which the petroleum rights of Anadako in the Jubilee and 10 Fields were transferred was handled by the Ministry of Finance exclusively. I have been directed to inform you that your request should be directed to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you. Signed, Samuel Saki, Assistant Commissioner, Petroleum. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Very important. Did you direct your query to the Ministry of Finance? Because GRA is an agency under the Ministry of Finance. GRA is an agency under the Ministry of Finance. Did you direct your queries to the Ministry of Finance?
And we have their response as well.
Right, yes.
Honorable Boama, are you? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Very well.
This is the following the 2022, September 2022. Yes. Huh?
Give us.
22, following this letter. No, I know that. So Minister of Finance responded to this.
Should have preempted this earlier. I didn't take it along. Mr. Chairman, whilst my coordinator is looking for it, if I may refer the committee to our 2022 annual report, 2022 semi-annual report. Yeah. All right, Mr. Chairman, it's here. This is the Appendix 1 in respect of provision of information for PIAC semi-annual report 2022 from the Ministry. My Lord, Mr. Chairman, paragraph 9 of that.
We'll be glad if you refer to us as a loss.
And that's because the co-chair is actually an associate justice of the High Court.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, at paragraph 9 of that response, we have...
Can I get an understanding of the caption of the letter and when it was dated, please? It's very important.
Mr. Chairman, this letter was dated 9th September 2022. And the caption is Petroleum Revenue Reporting for January to June 2022 and validation of draft 2022 report. Mr. Chairman, this is the content. It's very brief. We refer to Public Interest and Accountability Committee PIAC letter number. They indicated the number. And then there are two of the letters we sent to them, dated 7th July and 29th August 2022, respectively, on the above subject matter. The Ministry of Finance has provided its responses to the issues raised by PIAC in the attached matrix, labeled as Appendix 1. 3, it is the expectation of Ministry of Finance that these responses provided will be reflected in PIAC's 2022 half-year report. 4, we count on your usual cooperation. Signed, Patrick Nomo, Chief Director for Minister, and then copied the Chairman, PIAC. Mr. Chairman, when you come to the matrix, at paragraph 9 of the matrix, this was the response in respect of this issue. There, we queried, we wanted the Ministry to clarify whether any capital gains was due in respect of the sale of Anadako and Petro SA stakes in the Jubilee and 10 Fields. Mr. Chairman, the response was this. The Ghana Revenue Authority is well placed to provide explanation. on the issue of capital gains tax, if there were any. Full stop. Respectfully, Mr. Chair.
I think we can put aside this particular matter and then, handle it at appropriate time. Are you done? You are done? Okay, so...
I'll just ask a last question on his,
very well.
understanding of Section 7.2 of Act 815. Section 7.2 of Act 815.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
No, wait. He said he was going to ask a question. Have you asked?
Okay.
What was the question? I think the petroleum management.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, as it stands now, there is no Section 7.2 of the Act because Section 7 was amended in 2015, Mr. Chair, and there is only one provision under Section 7. And Mr. Chairman, with your, if I can read that again, Section, right. If you look at Section 17 of Act 893, it reads, I know, but that's the Amendment Act. The principal, no, that's not it. I'm talking about Section 7.
It's rather, yeah.
Just follow what I said. I may be misleading you.
No, you are right, sir.
Is it a 3 or a 2?
It's 2.
Which is which?
I'm referring to the provision that deals with the fact that the payment into the Petroleum Holding Fund shall be net of the equity financing cost, including advances and interest, net of the cash or equivalent barrels of oil that shall be seeded into the National Oil Company. I'm referring to that.
But you said that is Section what? Which
Section 7.2, and there's no Section 7.2 at the moment.
So Section 7 as amended is here in the Section 2 of the Amendment Act of 2015. Yes, you got that.
Mr. Chairman, we were in this house when we repealed Section 7.2. We repealed all those.
Section 2 of the
the
amendment.
2, the 3, 2AB, 3AB. We repealed all of them.
No.
So we only have one Section 7.
No.
In the
We're trying
amendment.
to draw his attention to it that Section 7 as amended is in Section 2 and then Section 3 of the new Act. Then Act 8.
Yeah.
893.
Yes.
Amending the other one. Yeah.
Yes, and it's only one provision.
I'm not sure it. So now Section 7 now reads as. Do you have it, Patrick? Do you have it? So let's read it for you. So Section 7 as now amended reads that revenue. I think that's what you read the first time, isn't it? So, Patrick, there is no truth. It now says that revenue due from the direct and indirect participation of Republic in petroleum product operations, including the carried and the participating interest, shall be paid into the Petroleum Holding Fund. That's the new one. Yeah. You see what it says in Section 2, the rubric. It says that Section 7 of Act 815, that's the old one, amended. And then it says that the principal enactment is amended by the substitution for 7, the old 7 of this new 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question was based on the repealed law. Okay, so I think you don't have to answer it. Okay, Honorable Senator Ajiman Rawlings.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine is to seek as clear an explanation as possible, since I'm not a lawyer. The revenue that's being accrued from the JHL accounts, is it being accounted for by GMPC, per your information?
Respectfully, not in the way that we expected because our expectation is for it to be deposited in the PHF. That has not been the case.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Do you have any information on who controls the expenditures of the JOHL?
The JOHL is 100% subsidiary of GMPC. So as a corporate owner, I believe it is the board, which is the directing mind of GMPC, that would have that.
And just for clarity, you do not have, is it a fact that you do not have access to the audited accounts of JOHL?
Mr. Chairman, at the time we reported, the company was not even incorporated in Ghana, which is itself a requirement of law under Section 70 of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, Mr. Chairman, 2019, Act 919. The requirement under that particular section is that any company or any entity that is to play an activity in the upstream ought to have been registered before it even ventures in. Mr. Chairman, at the time we were considering this matter, JOHL was not a registered entity under the laws of Ghana. Thank you.
In your report of the 2022 mid-year on page 9, the last paragraph, the last but one line and the last line, you have the JOHL lifted 164 barrels of crude oil in the first half of 2022, amounting to 100,748,907.95. Is that to say that this amount, based on information we've just been given, that the incorporation only happened in August of this year, is that to say that this amount that we're looking at here, the payment of which, this transaction happened at a time when by law this company was not incorporated under the laws of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, that is true.
Is there a difference between the JOHL and the Explorco?
Mr. Chairman, clearly yes, because Explorco existed earlier as a 100% subsidiary of GMPC before JOHL.
Is there a difference in structure, given that both of them are now incorporated?
Mr. Chairman, they are both 100% subsidiaries, and in reality, there is no difference per se, because they are limited liability. So,
do you have any information regarding similar situations with the Explorco with regards to where its funds are deposited? Maybe I should ask a straightforward question. Funds from Explorco, are they put directly into the Petroleum Holding Fund?
Mr. Chairman, currently is GMPC that gives Explorco money for the operations. Secondly, Explorco is yet to make any lifting in any block. So that issue has not yet been triggered for, on the side of PIAC.
My final question. Would you say, in your opinion, given what we have gone through so far, that there has been a lack of transparency and accountability with regards to the existence of the company we know as JOHL, to the people of Ghana, to Parliament, and to your committee?
Mr. Chairman, can I be directed on this question?
Honorable Senator, can you rephrase your question so that the witness can answer it?
Has there been a lack of clarity in your access to the accounting and deposition of funds from JOHL that has raised questions of transparency for you as a committee?
At the point of writing our report, we had not asked for accounts of JOHL from GMPC per se. We were only interested in whether the monies have been paid into the PHF. So maybe if GMPC may be minded to give us all of that before the end of the year for our full year report, that probably would work, Mr. Chairman.
And have you had any access to the accounts, the offshore accounts of this company and the bank statements?
Respectfully, no.
Very well.
Let me make one point before we. Sorry, let's get this on record again. When did you last sign off on your report? The media thing is June, is that it?
Yes, it's June. But normally our deadline in the Act itself is giving us 15th September for mid-year reports and 15th of March for full year report, the following year. So for 2021 annual report, our deadline for publishing would be 15th of March 2023. That is, if it is for 2022 annual report.
Let's deal with ones we have before us.
Yes.
The mid-year June 2022 that we have now. Your cutoff for report was cutoff
15th of September.
So when you say that at the time that we were preparing this and all of that, you meant 15th of September last year?
No, June, 30th of June. Mr. Chairman, even though our reporting deadline is 15th of September, our consideration for the report should end on the 30th of June.
30th of June, which year?
This year.
This year.
Right.
You keep on saying that even at that time, you didn't know whether GOH, whatever, had been registered or not. Is that it? Is that the
Mr.
case?
Chairman, that is because we are considering matters from 1st January to 30th of June. So,
understand that. So as of 30th of June, you're saying that it wasn't incorporated in Ghana?
Respectfully.
When was it incorporated in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, we have not been officially communicated to on that.
You haven't checked?
Mr. Chairman, we have had unofficial communications suggesting that it was incorporated later in time, somewhere August or wherever.
Later than June? Later than June?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
Bear with me. Let me finish with mine.
No, you are asking of the date of incorporation. It's important for us to
make just one clarification on that. Mr. Chairman, if I can make one clarification on that, maybe I should have used the term registered because the company itself is originally incorporated in the Cayman Islands. But there is a provision that for you to undertake activities upstream in Ghana, you ought to be registered before you do that. And so if you are, you should be registered, in Ghana.
Well, that's
and
fair.
that was
that's okay. That's
yes,
fair. Just
yes.
clarification. That's
Okay.
fair. But the last one, how would you describe a dividend paid by? He's laughing. You anticipated the question, did you? Well, in that case, I won't ask the question. Give me the answer. What is the answer? Yeah, go on. What is the answer?
Chairman, you haven't finished your question, so I don't want to.
Anticipated it. I thought you knew the question. All right. So, what would you describe GMPC's payment of dividend from JOHL? How would you describe a dividend from the?
Chairman, can I be directed on this? Is it something calling on my legal opinion? Is it something?
It's not law. I mean, you were looking at Section 6 of, you went through the Section 6 and were describing direct and indirect listen. So, I'm coming back to that. Well, actually, back to Section 6, if you insist. Yeah,
exactly. Back to Section 6. Mr. Chairman, dividends is one of the streams of petroleum revenues in this country. Revenue stream.
So will it?
I don't know why he keeps laughing. Why? Because it answers your difficulty or what?
And there's really nothing on that. I'm okay.
What is
so will you qualify it as direct or indirect oil revenue?
Mr. Chairman, it is clearly mentioned in Section 6, so that's a direct one for me.
Very well.
So GMPC, we're playing the devil's advocate here. GMPC says, but what's your complaint? You said that we kept the money, whatever. We formed a company out of which we are paying you dividends. What's your problem?
Mr. Chairman, if you remember, I indicated that this whole transaction started from our exercise of Ghana's preemption rights to acquire the interest. So essentially, the information we had from the beginning is that it's the state that is acquiring this. Then later, the understanding was that this is a commercial transaction and that it ought not to. Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, ideally, so for a state that is exercising preemption rights to acquire
I don't
interest.
like it when you take me back. A straightforward question. What would you
I have
say
to give
it?
interest,
If
background.
GMC came and said, you are worried about all this and I've spent this as well. I've invested it here. I'm giving you back dividend. What would you say?
Chairman, that
You're live on DBC News. It's time for News Hour. Hello, good afternoon. I am Suyoko. Welcome to the news. Ghana has denied issuing a travel advisory against non-essential travel to Abuja, Nigeria. The advisory, bearing the name and logo of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, had indicated that Nigeria had directed some hotels to shut down, citing the directive by local authorities to hotels operating in residential buildings to shut down. In a rejoinder tweeted Thursday morning, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said